fire area, and you're not going to have reservoirs to supply any water to battle fires. So you're looking at a Palisade situation. Now, both J.D. Page and Kaepernick, and apparently all the wildfires in the past, the storm runoff, have filled the reservoirs with debris and reduced their capacity. So they're going to have to spend a lot of time draining the reservoirs and removing the debris. What they're doing is during the dry season, it's coincides with the wildfire season. I think that makes sense. People who live in the settlement area are upset. Well, there's such a disconnect between the city and the county on people's lives and behavior. Yes, they do and they don't care. I think the Palisades Fire Program, the Altadena Fire Program, they don't care if you die in a fire. They don't care about any of the stuff that we talk about here. And they should listen to and get educated by and pay the tax rate. They don't care. They don't care that they waste their money by hundreds of millions of dollars. And they don't care if you die in a fire. The only time they care about people dying is when they can use it as an excuse to take away your freedoms. Like with COVID. Now it's a chance for them to indulge in their fantasy of telling everybody what to do every minute of the day. That's what they got around to. So they're gonna millions of cubic yards of sediment and $60 million, maybe 4 million cubic yards of sediment, and it's gonna last for years. They're not gonna finish it to the early 2030s, which means it's maybe early 2040s. And then you got the reservoir restoration project. The first one was the sun. It's the Tahunga, big Tahunga reservoir. But the bottom line is no water's going to be available. And what's going to happen if there's a fire, you ask? They don't care. They're assuring residents that they're developing coordination with fire agencies. When those coordination work between the states and Los Angeles Fire Department and the county fire department, all that coordination is so unhappy. They don't care. Seems like they should have addressed this situation a long time ago. They didn't get it. And now they are. And they're testing it. Well, I was going to say they're hoping nothing bad happens, but no, they don't care. That's the truth. You don't care because it's your home. You let it die. That was it. That's it. David Howard's been on he's sales manager in Iowa, and he lost his home without sales manager. And nobody understands why it takes so long to get homes, get permits, get insurance coverage, get everything done. Well, resident is metro which is at Palisades development. He's coming on spring. Ryan has been something that states David Allen will be next. It's live in 2030. Los Angeles, for June, our studio talk. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the woman known as the Kennedy Queen is heading to prison for her role in the death of actor Matthew Perry. Today, 42-year-old Jessica Singh was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison. Last year, Singh pleaded guilty to federal drug charges in connection with Perry's overdose death in 2023. She admitted to supplying the drugs that killed Perry, and to telling accomplices to delete all incriminating text messages, as well as setting up drug deals and distributions. The Hollywood resident has been in custody since August of 2024. Daniel Martindale, KFI News. The suspected Israeli organized crime figure is leading billboards running high-stakes illegal poker games in a mansion in Encino owned by an ex-NBA star. Los Angeles federal conspiracy to operate an illegal gambling business, making false statements and immigration documents, money laundering, and weapons possession. Also, saying he made gains and killed the Israeli association. Others charged fees gamblers and aviators placed in massages and offering companionship, head chefs, valets, and armed security. You can also claim a sham marriage for citizenship and line on immigration laws. Since July 6th on modern KFI News.
Ontario police are investigating social media video that appears to show the suspect starting a huge warehouse fire that was spreading chemical paper products facility. That took place yesterday. Authorities arrested Chanel Island north of the site to video appears to show a guy setting paper products on fire while leaving without okay. 6-log fire forced evacuations, collapsed the roof, and brought out 175 firefighters. Fairmount Skydance's Jeff Shell is stepping down as president.
Listen, sluts. This bitch is 21st and anytime 57:26, Wednesday, April 8th. We've been doing this bullshit for 103 days. $37.61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 36:31:30 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35:26 2:35 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Great fucking story, Rabbi. Now what? Now I have like 1,000 streams I have to start. Everything sucks. What the fuck is going on with this bullshit? Really? Yeah. Are you okay though? Stay the course, baby. 1,000 points away. 1,000 points away. Really? Who the fuck knows? What does that even mean? George Herbert Walker Bush. What does 1,000 points away even mean? Okay, are you done? Kosher Supervision of America.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Coffee and Kabbalah and coffee. Oh, we didn't do the thing.
In starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of
which is
modern
1 week
Hasidism
only.
in
May
the
the
18th
merciful one
century.
restore
Of
unto
course,
us the
this series
service
isn't
of
meant to
the
be exhaustive by
Hamikdash
any
to its
means, but
place
only should
speedily in
serve
our
as
days.
a
Amen.
springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to the congregation Tafia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Gardens, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, as we talked about last time, the Sefer Zohar is a kind of mystical midrash composed of a bunch of uneven sections that has become the core of the Kabbalah. In fact, it is now the core of the Kabbalah. It's the most recently added scripture of Judaism after the Talmud. The Talmud in the midrash literature is a kind of scripture, and the Zohar has now become a kind of scripture as well, depending on the community, especially in the Orthodox world, less so in the liberal world. It's composed by Moshe de Leon and the circle around him sometime in the late 13th century, although it's traditionally ascribed to Shimon Bar Yochai, who was a 2nd century sage. And some of the core concepts we talked about last time are Shekhinah. This is the idea that God has a feminine aspect. And that Shekhinah, that feminine aspect of God, dwells in our world. That is how we experience God, is through God's feminine aspect. And part of what's going on in the Kabbalistic drama, in the Kabbalistic theory, is that the goal in some level of Kabbalah is a kind of sacred marriage between Israel, the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah in Israel and the upper Sephiroth. We'll talk about how that's accomplished in just a second. And as you may remember last time too, when we talked about the concept of evil in the Zohar, unlike previous, more philosophical theories of evil, in which evil was simply a privation, you can think of cold being the absence of hot, or darkness being the absence of light. The Zohar rejects that theory and says no, evil is very real. It's actually part of the dross. It's an afterbirth in terms of how reality is created. And that afterbirth comes, or that dross is thrown off by Gevurah, God's judgment, or God's justice. It's Gevurah overcome, as Gevurah is overcome in such a way that Chesed doesn't check it, and when Chesed or mercy and love doesn't check Gevurah, that overflow of judgment becomes evil. And that forms a different dimension of reality called Sitra Achra, the other side. And that other side is where the opposite of God lives. This is the realm of the demonic. And the Zohar is very, very, very concerned about the realm of the demonic. And it has, in fact, very complex, a couple of different complex, very demonological systems. Unfortunately, we don't have time to get into all those demonological systems, but we could in another, maybe if we do a whole Zohar class, we can get into the Zoharic demons. As I mentioned also, right, the Zohar is hyper literal. It likes to take things very, very seriously. Remember I said that one of the things that the Zohar likes to read into the Bible is anywhere the direct object marker, et, occurs in Hebrew. I think someone pointed out in the chat last time that the word et occurs everywhere in the Hebrew Bible. Of course it does. Everywhere there is a direct object in the sentence, the word et appears in Hebrew. And so people said, yeah, the Shekhinah must be everywhere. And that's what et means according to the Zohar. Anytime there's an et, that means the Shekhinah is there. And people said, well, that means the Shekhinah is everywhere. Of course Shekhinah is everywhere, because God is everywhere. And God only appears as Shekhinah in our realm according to the sacred Zohar. Now, how do we deal with this hyperliteralism? And well, we deal with it with a kind of conservatism when it comes to Jewish law. And that takes the form that the Zohar is very, very literal about the doing of Jewish law. It does not interpret the Jewish law metaphorically. It says that if the Torah tells you to put the felon on every day, you do it. And not only do you do it, that is the key to seducing Shekhinah. And I didn't talk about this much last time, and I should have. It was a mistake of mine. That the Zohar likes to describe the commandments, the following of the commandments, as something like foreplay or seducing God. And as we seduce God by following the commandments, we become married to God through Restream. We become married to God through a kind of marriage. And that marriage to God is exactly what's supposed to happen to redeem the world. That is to say, the masculine, the feminine, all these things are balanced, and that balance is the metaphysical ideal that the Zohar aims for. And so the following of the law is not just a optional thing in the Zohar. The following of the Jewish law, the scrupulously following of the Jewish law, Shabbat, laying tefillin, keeping Shabbat, separating meat and milk, all the things, all the 613 rules that you know and love, those are not just rules to follow, they are the roadmap by which Israel seduces God into the sacred marriage, and in that sacred marriage, the cosmos is repaired. And that reparation of the cosmos is the goal of the Kabbalah as it's understood by the Zohar, and so there is no Kabbalah. There's no Kabbalah for the writer of the Zohar without scrupulous halakhic attention to the Jewish law. And that's one point I want to drive home. I'm not trying to say that non-Jewish people can't appreciate Kabbalah, that non-Jewish people can't learn from Kabbalah. I'm saying that the writer of the Zohar does not imagine that there is a Kabbalah, not just Judaism, that's not even imaginable. There's no Kabbalah outside of a strict Orthodox Judaism. And so the idea of tikkun olam is, helping the world, repairing the world by giving charity and doing activism. The writer of the Zohar would say, sure, but you got to do the other stuff too. It's not enough to give charity and help make the world better materially. You have to very carefully keep the law. You have to make sure that you don't wear clothes that have linen and wool blended together, because that destroys the universe. That destroys the cosmos when you do that. You have to make sure they're separate. And by observing that, you have to balance the world. So it's a very legalistic mysticism. And I know that the phrase legalistic mysticism sounds bizarre to us because we think of mysticism as kind of pervasive. It's just feeling and emotion. It's just experience. But that's not true for Kabbalah. It's about obedience and transcendence. It's about immanence and transcendence. And we have to balance both, of course. So now, again, I'm not trying to gatekeep here and say that non-Jewish people can't appreciate Kabbalah. I'm just saying this is what the Zohar says. Does that mean you have to accept what the Zohar says? No. Do what the hell you want. That's your business. I'm just telling you, don't let anyone tell you that it's kumbaya in the Zohar. Because that's just not true. Now, does that mean that you have to be bound to that? No. But I don't want to lie to you. I'm going to tell you some hippy-dippy kumbaya Zohar. I'm just going to be honest about what it says. Now, what it says and what to do with it are two different questions. And what to do with it is what you have to do with it. That's your business. All I'm here to, what I have to do responsibly from my end is tell you what it says and how it works. And from there, you can use as you say. Let's jump in, folks. Let's jump in. So, the main thing I want to drive home tonight is that when we tell the story of the Zohar, sometimes we tell the story of philosophy, that there was a bunch of Greek people and a bunch of medieval people, and then Descartes happened, and nothing happened in between. between. It's as if there were a bunch of Greek people and there were a bunch of medieval people, and then Descartes happened. And it's as if nothing happened in the middle of all that. Sometimes we do the same mistake when it comes to the Zohar or the Kabbalah. We pretend that the Zohar got written, and then Isaac Luria came, and then everything was done. And the Kabbalah has not changed since then, and the Kabbalah was not there before that, right? And that story is just incorrect. What's really important to know is that the appearance of the Zohar beginning in the 1790s and then through the early 14th century, it didn't make huge waves. It wasn't a big deal. Many people did not buy into it. It wasn't widely disseminated, and many people didn't know about it. It slowly began to percolate through Europe and then eventually to Italy and the Morocco, of course, as well. What's important to know is that it just didn't make it wasn't a big splash at first. It was mostly the purview of a very tiny group of people who did not make it public. And can you blame them? We just talked about all kinds of weird stuff the Zohar teaches. Do you want to be the guy that gets the first couple pages of Zohar and goes to your local rabbi and tells him that you believe this? No. You're going to sound like a crazy person. The Zohar sounds crazy now. Do you really want to be the person to go and be like, yeah, preacher from the mountaintop, let's talk about Zohar in 1310 in a village in Germany? People are like, you mean that we have to get married to God? What are you talking about? They're going to think you're a crazy heretic. And so what ends up happening is the Zohar is kind of parceled out in sections and sent all around. People are carrying chunks of it, but no one's really going to publicize it. People are still playing their cards pretty close to their chest. Because again, this is a pretty dangerous time to be Jewish. This is a pretty dangerous time to be a heretic. You do not want to become a heretic Jew. You don't. That's a death sentence in many ways. And so the Zohar and Kabbalah are still being played pretty close to the chest. Also around this time, it's not like the Zohar ended with the Zohar. Now that's a weird thing to say, but what ends up happening is that after the Zohar as we have it is kind of done, there are Zoharic-like documents that get produced after the Zohar, the most famous of which is a document called the Tikkunei Zohar, another is the Ra'aya Mehimna, and these two documents are actually probably produced in the same group of people that produced the Zohar, but they're not quite the same. But they're so associated with the Zohar that they're kind of Zohar-like. So much so that in the modern version of the Zohar, they're attached to the Zohar. They're kind of like an appendix, like an apocrypha. They're kind of like Zohar apocrypha. That's maybe not quite true, but they're put there, and they're not quite the same as the Zohar. Although I will say that in the modern Daniel Matt edition, that is to say the 12-volume massive Daniel Matt edition that's out now, he does not translate Ra'aya Mehimna. Although Tikkunei Zohar and Ra'aya Mehimna in many ways were more popular because they're more coherent than the actual Zohar itself was. These are kind of like digests of Zoharic material. So we also have the Zohar has a kind of half-life. So we have the main Zohar, and we have the half-life of the Zohar. And it sort of continues to exist in a strange way for a couple decades after it's actually completed, or completed as much as it was. We don't even know how it was disseminated. There's a great book by Boaz Ruth that I have back here about, it's a study of just what we know about how the Zohar actually got published and how it got disseminated out. And what we now think is that it was never disseminated out in one complete text. It was always parceled out into chunks, and those chunks kind of moved around. And one of the things the early printers had to do with the Zohar was collect all those chunks and then organize them into one text. So it was a mess of a text, even in terms of its dissemination. One of the texts that we do know of, however, that was incredibly popular was a very small section of the Zohar called the Sifra de Tzniuta, which is without a doubt the most complicated and bizarre section. It's only about 10 pages of the Zohar if you read in Aramaic, but it's the most enigmatic section of the entire text. For whatever reason, this was really, really important to people, and that's a text that really traveled far and wide. It's an incredibly difficult to understand section. I've probably read it a dozen times, but I can tell you that even trying to summarize it right now, it would be fits and starts. It's so weird. So we do know that some sections of the Zohar proved very popular early on, and some sections didn't. So it wasn't even like it was received clearly in one kind of way. What we think happened was the Zohar was kind of sent out in digests, and people in various communities found certain parts interesting and certain parts not, and it was kind of spread out like this. In the generation after the publication of the Zohar, we basically have three major things that begin to happen. The first major thing that begins to happen in the aftermath of the publication of the Zohar, which everyone knew was important. Everyone realized it was an important document. Substantial, right? I mean, think about the documents we've talked about so far in this class. They're 30, 40 pages long. This is 1,700 pages. This is a monumental text. A monumental text. So regardless of what you thought about it, it was important. It wasn't just a 200-page, 100-page Sefer Bahir. This was a monumental piece of literature. So there were three basic reactions to it that followed in the aftermath of it. The first of it was, what does this text even mean? Remember, this text isn't even written in standard Hebrew. It's written in an obscure dialect of Aramaic, so obscure that you basically have to learn the dialect of Aramaic just to read it. It's not even in a standard Babylonian Aramaic. It's an idiolect of Palestinian Aramaic. It's a very, very strange language. So just to try to figure out what it meant took about a generation. Secondly, many people did not buy it. They didn't believe it was real. They thought it was a forgery. There were many, many Jews that thought this document was a forgery, and it's dangerous. It's full of heretical, nonsense ideas, and it's going to get people to become pagans. And so we have, for instance, a very famous story of Itzhak of Akko, and he saw parts of the Zohar actually in Palestine. It had reached him in Palestine, and he read it and thought, this is really weird. And if it's by Shimon Bar Yochai, I want to understand it for sure. So what did he do? He went all the way to Spain trying to find out where this thing came from. He did the detective work. He traced it. He went all the way back to Spain. He made it to Guadalajara. He made it to Leon. And he made it to Moshe Leon's wife. And Moshe Leon's wife ratted him out. She said he made it up from his own head. It came from his own intelligence. And Isaac of Akko said, you mean to tell me he did not have any ancient manuscripts? And she was like, no, he made it up. Now, what does make it up mean? Well, it might mean he was a fraud. It might also mean, according to other interpretations, is that he had kind of mystical insight. And his mystical insight allowed him to kind of channel the Zohar, the same way that Joseph Smith channeled the Book of Mormon. That's a claim that, right? The Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith never claimed he actually translated from gold plates. Joseph Smith claimed he used stones and looked into a hat and translated it spiritually. Well, maybe something, Moses of Leon did something similar to Zohar. So there were people actively trying to do investigative work to figure out whether this thing was real, right? Now, what's weird about Isaac of Akko is that eventually, toward the end of his life, he accepted the Zohar as legitimate, despite what Moses of Leon's wife told him. He accepted it as legitimate. Now, legitimate, what does that mean? It's a big question. But he did ultimately come to accept it, but many people did not. The third thing is, once you understood what it's saying, once you can read the damn thing, well, how do you systematize it? What do these Sepharot mean? How do you understand all these different connections? How do you understand the 10 Sepharot track the various matriarchs and patriarchs and are in these groups, these weird relationships, and they have all these complicated things that they're doing? How do you systematize this thing into a way of being Jewish? You can't just let it be a bunch of weird stuff. If it's the case the Zohar is telling you that the entire purpose of this is the reparation of the world, the redemption of the world, the bringing forth of the Messianic age, you got to figure out how to do it. And the only way to figure out how to do it is to systemize the text such that you can understand what's happening. If you need to balance out 10 things, you know what 10 things are, and how the 10 things relate, and how the mitzvot relate to those 10 things. So you can do the work of mystically aligning them. So you're going to need people like encyclopedists. You're going to need people like systematizers. And that will be an entire generation, several generations of people that are going to be doing that work of systematizing things. And the first of those great systematizers, right, is people like Abraham Gigatia. So Abraham Gigatia is a person living in Spain. Here is his name, and he lived roughly right around the same time period, toward the end of the composition of the Zohar. And his work, the Sha'arei Orah, and there are some folks earlier than him as well that are worth mentioning here. I'm mentioning those folks too. But Joseph Gigatia is probably either one of the earliest people to receive the Zohar as we have it now, and he may have likely been in the circle of people composing it. But his work, Sha'arei Orah, the Gates of Light, is the earliest attempt to formally systematize the structure of the Sefirot. So he's early on, right? So again, if you think about this, the Sefer Zohar being written in the 1280s, 1290s, 1270s, you can see he's right in that time in Spain. So he receives the Zohar, and he's one of the earliest systematizers. And his book, Sha'arei Orah, is one of the earliest attempts to systematize it. And also, this is one of the earliest books ever translated out of Hebrew into Latin to give access of the Kabbalah to Christians. In fact, if you've ever seen this image, that is the frontispiece for the translation by Rikius of Joseph Gigatia's Sha'arei Orah. You can see it translated here as the Gates of Light, Sha'arei Orah, right? So here we have it. And look, there we go. The earliest depiction of the Sefirot. You can see it, Keter, Pokemon, Bina, right? Yes, so. So this is a very early depiction of, right? And this is supposed to be Shimon Bar Yochai, I think, right? Holding up the tree of life. So this is an early, and I bet some folks have seen this picture before. If you've been following lectures, this is the Rikius translation of the Sha'arei Orah. Skip through all the slide. Yeah, there we go. So Gigatia is one of the earliest systematizers, and that's going to be really important because the Zohar is very hard to understand, and systematize it is going to be very important in that process. Another really important early Kabbalistic document that's going to be important here is Rabbi Menachem Rekanti's commentary on the Zohar. And Rekanti's commentary on the Zohar is going to be what's going to be part of legitimating the Zohar, because Rekanti is one of the great scholars of his time, and he's also going to do the part of sort of transmitting Zoharic ideas in Italy. Right, so we have an Italian learning Kabbalah, translating some of those ideas into Italy. Man, this is going to be a big part of that. Once they get to Italy, they can spread everywhere, because Italy obviously is the hub of the world, and so they can get anywhere in the world at that point once they reach Italy. Also, things are making their way over to Morocco. This is also very important. Morocco is going to be an incredibly important spot for the development of Kabbalah, and we're just in the infancy of figuring out how that worked, how things got to Morocco. There was a huge Jewish community in Fez, and there was until the 20th century, basically. And so Moroccan Kabbalah is going to be its own branch of Kabbalah. And it's one of the things I would love to see an entire book about. It's just the movement of Kabbalah to Morocco and the development of Moroccan Kabbalah, which is in many ways, like many Kabbalah, is a distinct form of Kabbalah. But the studies on that stuff is just very primitive right now. They're very primitive. And you can imagine why. The archives are very difficult to access. You be able to read medieval manuscripts in 4 languages. Stuff. You basically have to be trained to do that job, and not many people are. So this is one of the spots that future scholarship is going to make us a lot more wise about. Also, by the way, it's also going to decentralize Europe in a lot of ways, because so much of what's going to happen is going to be Morocco, Yemen, Iraq. We talk so much about Europe, but maybe be very clear about this. European Kabbalah is one part of the story, and the reason why we know that part of the story so well is because a lot of Europeans have done that part so far. Do not be fooled that Kabbalah is a European-centric phenomenon. Do not let that be fooled. We just don't know about the rest, because we haven't done the work yet, because we don't have people to do the work yet, or we haven't prioritized it or both. What's also important to know about the development of Kabbalah is what, again, I call the interregnum, the period between the writing of the composition of the Zohar and the rise of Lurianic Kabbalah, is that there were other Kabbalahs around. It wasn't like the Zohar was going to win. The Zohar was one weird document that was out there. People were interested in it, but it wasn't like it was going to be the only thing. At the same time that the Zohar, the version of the Kabbalah that dominated by the Zohar, we sometimes call theosophical Kabbalah, there was another intellectual form of Kabbalah that developed. And this intellectual form of Kabbalah actually was much closer to philosophy. Remember that the Zohar has a very kind of don't like philosophy kind of bent, a little bit. There were other forms of Kabbalah that were developing. Remember, Kabbalah was developing in Spain, France, and other places. And there's another form of Kabbalah that's much more cozy with philosophy. In fact, they want to combine Maimonidean philosophy, Neoplatonic philosophy, the Sefer Yetzirah. They want to combine all what's great about philosophy, all what's great about Kabbalah into one system. They don't want to kick Kabbalah. They don't want to kick philosophy to the road. They don't want to kick rationalism to the road. They want to actually blend them together. And so there are forms of Kabbalah that begin to develop, like I said, in Morocco and also in Spain, that are much more cozy with rationalism, with the intellect, with Maimonides even. And these forms of intellectual Kabbalah are completely distinct from what's going on in the realm of the Zohar. Now, you don't hear a lot about these because they lost. The Zohar is going to win, right? Lurie is going to win. But these other forms of Kabbalah are just as legitimate, just as worth studying. Now, what ends up happening in these forms of Kabbalah is that the Sefirot are there, right? These forms of Kabbalah accept the Sefer Yetzirah. They accept the Iyun circle at some level. They said that the Sefirot are real. They're just not parts of God. They're parts of our intellect. They're the parts of God that actually are part of our intellect, that are the image of God inside of us. And so they're not metaphysical objects that are worthy of speculation out there, right? The ladder is not from me to up there. The ladder is from in here to God. The ladder is in here. It's in the intellect. And you climb it in here, in your mind, in the intellect, not ontologically out there. It's all in here. You go in, not up. In this form of Kabbalah, the intellect is central. And what you do is that you go inside of your mind, and through a process of meditation, through a process of breathing techniques, through a process of writing out words and meditating on language, you begin to clear the mind. And as you begin to clear the mind of the nonsense, you begin to uncover the reality of God. And then you begin to climb up the Sefirot in your mind by uncovering the structures of the mind, the pure mind. And that pure mind is an imprint on you from God. And by climbing up the ladder of the intellect, your intellect becomes united with God. That's important. Notice this is a very different way of doing Kabbalah. It has everything to do with meditation. It has everything to do with contemplation, as opposed to following Jewish law. Now, you can't not follow Jewish law too. That's important, but this is a very different time. The apex of this form of Kabbalah we often call ecstatic Kabbalah. Ecstasis means to go out of yourself. We'll see what this means in a second. Or we call it prophetic Kabbalah. And the most important example of this is, of course, Abraham Abulafia. Right? Abraham Abulafia, another Spaniard, right? Born in Spain. Again, this is a thing that any Ashkenazi person should be very thankful for all the kind Sephardim who have given us Kabbalah. Abraham Abulafia was born around 1240, died around 1291, so born right around the time of the rise, contemporary with the rise of the Zohar. But from his writings, we can't tell that he knows anything about it. He existed right around the time it was being written, but there's no evidence anything about it, basically. He roamed around a whole lot. Abraham Abulafia roamed around just to look at his travel log. Would make anyone jealous these days, for us it was locked down. You'd love to be able to travel around like Abulafia. In fact, he traveled as far as Iraq and Iran, and he's trying to find a mystical river called the Sambation. There's an idea that there's a mystical river called the Sambation, beyond which the 10 lost tribes of Israel gathered. And if you can find the river and bring them across, then you can begin the process of redeeming the world and bringing them aside. Very early on, Abulafia had messianic schemes, one might call them, but the world was cast into chaos. If you look at the time period, right, 1240 to 1230, the high point of the Crusades. So that wasn't a good time to be in that region. And so eventually he turns back. Avalafia, aside from the Bible in many ways, and the Talmud, had one text that he felt was very dear to him, and that was Maimonides' Guide to the Text. Now, most of us do not associate mysticism with Maimonides. Most of us do not associate mysticism with the Guide to the Text. In fact, if you ask most people what is the most anti-mystical text in the history of Judaism, they're going to tell you it's the text. Avalafia would tell you that you're wrong. Sorry. So around the age of 31, he returns to Spain after traveling around a long time, and he begins to have these some degree of mixing magical techniques that he probably adopted from the world of the Ashkenazic pietists, Chasdei Ashkenaz, and also some techniques that he's being developing from the Sefer Yetzirah. And what he ends up developing is a very complex system of breathing techniques, of letter combination techniques, meditation techniques, and even body techniques. And many of these we think are being picked up from Sufism. Again, we're talking about him traveling in the Islamic world. And he's probably picking up some Sufi techniques. If you've ever seen the whirling dervishes and people like them who enter into trances by body, breathing, and spinning techniques, it seems very likely that Avalafia is picking up some of those kinds of techniques as well. And what ends up happening is Avalafia develops a prophetic form of Kabbalah. Now, this prophetic form of Kabbalah, of which we have about a half a dozen books that he's written, the earliest of which is a text called Sefer HaYashar, the Upright. And these mystical insights that he gets, we'll talk more about how he achieves them in just a minute, but these mystical insights that he gets eventually convince him he is, he's the Messiah. Which is always, as you probably know from Jewish history, the most dangerous thing you can believe you can be. If you want to get yourself to believing you're the Messiah, and you'll be dead in no time. So he believes he's the Messiah, and of course what he does is he does what any rational person does, and he goes to Rome to tell the Pope that he's going to convert into Judaism and begin the process of the redemption of the world. Well, the Pope basically orders him to be arrested and killed, and Avalafia's great luck is that the Pope dies. He has a stroke or something, he dies. And Avalafia is, I think, briefly arrested by the Dominicans or some such. He's released. I don't know how he got that lucky, but this happens, by the way, to several people in history. They challenge the Pope to this, to that, whatever, and themselves killed, the Pope dies. So, again, not to hope anyone dies, much less the Pope, but I'm glad that Avraham Avalafia did not get to show down the Pope. So my browser crashed. Tabs up in here. The curse of the academic. Is there any more? Avalafia. Yeah. The Pope died. And Avalafia lived. Good job, Avalafia. He would spend the rest of his career basically traveling around writing books, lecturing on the Guide to the Text, and basically saying that he was the Messiah. And eventually, toward the end of his life, some pretty important Jewish folk in the area of Sicily ultimately had him condemned by another Kabbalist, right? Shlomo ben Edred, who was a pretty famous Kabbalist at the time. He was friendly with Kabbalah, and he had him basically exiled, and he disappears from history in about 1291. So what ends up happening is Avalafia vanishes. We don't know what happened to him. He died or disappeared or become a cultist. He'll come back later and save us all. I don't know. Avalafia produced enormous amounts of works, prophetic works, commentaries on the Moses Maimonides' Guide to the Text, and the Sefer Yetzirah. And his combined works now comprise about 13 modern volumes. I have the complete works of Avalafia downstairs in Hebrew. There's about 13 volumes, although they're not terribly reliable. A critical edition of Maimonides' works is still something we need. It's still not there yet. And so Maimonides is one of these critically important mystics that we just don't have a complete works for in Hebrew, even in English, really, which is a disaster, I think, in a lot of ways. But maybe one day in our lifetime we'll have it. What makes Avalafia's work so important is that not only does he do philosophical speculation, he tells you how to do these techniques. He tells you the breathing techniques. He tells you the letter techniques. He tells you how to do the combinations. He tells you they are guidebooks. And those parts of the books rarely ever got printed because people were terrified of trying this stuff. Because Avalafio did this stuff, they thought he was the Messiah. And people did not want that happening, and so these sections of these books are hardly ever even reproduced in Hebrew. I do have them in Hebrew, and they're super complicated. It's all about combining letter values and stuff like that. Although I will say that recently there was a scholar named Moshe Adel, one of the most important scholars of Kabbalah these days. Moshe Adel did work with a neuroscientist to reproduce some of Abraham Abalafia's breathing and meditation techniques, and it showed on the neurological level, it showed results. It was changing people's brains, right? So there is something to it, in the same way we've studied Zen monks' brains and nuns who chant. So there is something to it. How did this work? What he thought, right, and this is to get a little bit into the weeds of medieval philosophy, which I'm not going to do because I don't want to be a crazy person. But there was an idea coming from Aristotle that your intellect, right? So think about a bunch of dominoes. Imagine the universe is a bunch of dominoes. No domino can fall on its own. Some domino needs to knock the other dominoes down, and each domino has to be knocked over by another domino. So every domino is passive until another domino acts on it and knocks it down. And then that domino knocks it, and it becomes the new active domino. And it knocks the other passive domino down. Active, passive, active, passive, active, passive, active. Aristotle thought that the mind worked like that too. Your mind is passive at first. It needs something to activate it. But it can't activate itself. So what activates it? Another mind outside of it. It's like a domino clicking your mind on. Or someone turning a light switch on. The light is passively on or passively there, and we click the light, and we are the active lighter upper. And then the light shines. Well, Aristotle thought that there must be something outside the mind that lights the mind up. Your mind is passive, and something activates it. What's that active thing that lights the mind up? Another mind. What mind? God's mind. God's mind turns the light on in your mind. It illuminates your mind. Well, often our minds are kind of full of gunk, right? I mean, think about your day. Do you really think about how your mind is a realm of God? No, you think about paying the bills and getting the kids and doing the thing and getting some food and doing whatever, teaching in class. Your mind's covered over with all kinds of layers of things that make you forget what you are. You're a mind activated by God's mind. Well, what is the technique that Abalafi develops? A way of clearing off the gunk. So that your mind reaches all the way back up to the divine mind, and that your mind and God's mind become connected again. And when that happens, when your mind and God's mind become connected, you see like God does. You see time just as one thing. Right? You're now no longer in third dimensions, you're in four dimensions, and you see time. You can look that way into the past and look that way into the future. That's prophecy. You can see how things are going to go. You can see how things went. You can see where you are. You see from a God's eye perspective. Your mind becomes connected to God's mind at some level. And Avalafia tried to develop meditation techniques and language techniques to reconnect your mind to God's mind. Now notice how this is very different than the Zohar. The Zohar is a very different animal than this. You are trying to climb back up something, but in a very, very different way. In fact, even Avalafia gives us phenomenological characteristics to let us know we're on the right path. He says when you start doing this correctly, your body will emit light. You'll see a double of yourself in front of you, like another you, your tselem, your astral body, communicating with you. And eventually you'll have a terrifying moment, and then you'll break through to pure joy, right? And once you break through to pure joy, you're then jettisoned up to the divine mind. By the way, this sounds a lot like Zen Buddhism in a lot of ways, and many people have drawn a lot of comparisons between Zen Buddhism and Abalafia's meditation techniques. So this how-to aspect of Abalafia's work was always viewed with a lot of suspicion by a lot of Jews because of how Avalafia turned out, and also just because it's the idea of joining with God is a very controversial idea in Judaism because the idea that God is transcendent, you're not, so that's a weird thing in Judaism. But Abalafia's ideas were incredibly interesting, and eventually his ideas will get redeemed back into mainstream Kabbalah. And I would say that now Abalafia's ideas are being brought back in and synthesized at some level with ideas from the Zohar. But you can see they're very different ideas. And I bet you can see these are very different ways of doing Kabbalah. These are fundamentally different ways of doing Kabbalah. But what's important about this is to know that what the Kabbalah was in 1300, 1350 was not sorted out yet. They were Kabbalahs. And because they were Kabbalahs, it could have gone lots of ways, but eventually it's going to go one way. We'll talk about that way. So we'll talk about the way in just a second. Or stop talking about it now. The most important event in the history of the Kabbalah is the Alhambra Decree, which, as I'm sure all of you know, the Alhambra Decree was the decree by the Spanish monarchs, Isabel and Ferdinand. I have a coin of them over there in my collection, who banned all Jews from living in Iberia beginning in the summer of 1492. Of course, the enactment of the Alhambra Decree took effect on Tish B'Av of that year. So, add injury to insult. And what ends up happening is that, like in many cases, as we talked about early on in this class, when something really bad happens to the Jews don't get running, the Jews get apocalyptic. So when bad stuff happens, apocalypticism kind of comes in to say, hi guys, I'm here for you. And so this apocalyptic fervor begins to emerge. Judaism begins with the Alhambra Decree, and that apocalyptic fervor is combined with the Kabbalah. Now, if you can't imagine a more spicy thing than that, I don't know what you can think of. Kabbalah plus apocalypse is like, that's the bee's knees, y'all. That's the thing. And so they begin to combine these ideas. Not only that, there's an idea that God had sent the Kabbalah to prepare the Jews for 1492 with the Alhambra Decree, and that the Alhambra Decree was the beginning of the end of the world, the whole damn thing, or the beginning of at least the Messianic era, and that Kabbalah was how to bring it home. So what was previously, before 1492, a very carefully guarded, secretive world of Kabbalah, after 1492, the new idea was, we need to popularize this, because by popularizing it, we will herald the Messiah. Kabbalah is the road. Kabbalah is like the rug that we lay out for the Messiah. We got to roll the rug out. How do we roll the rug out? By popularizing these ideas, by intensifying our devotion to this new idea, right? Which again, to them wasn't new, right? They really believed it was ancient. And to wit, because they believed that it was ancient, because they really believed that the Zohar really all came all the way from Shimon Bar Yochai, where did they go to settle when they were exiled? Many of them were collected by Bayezid II, who also was one from. Bayezid II was the Ottoman Turk emperor, who was incredibly gracious. He sent his entire fleet to rescue Jews who were being exiled from Spain. Again, this is one of these things where we should tell the story very clearly that this is a case where Muslims saved Jews. Bayezid II recognized this as a very important thing for his empire, and he brought Jews all the way to the Ottoman Empire. By the way, in 1492, there was no printing presses in the Ottoman Empire. In 1493, there was one in Salonika, set up by Jews. So Bayezid II was very, very intelligent in this regard. He knew that rescuing the Jewish population would be good for his empire. And so many Jews who came from Spain after 1492, after the Alhambra Decree, where did they go? They were Kabbalists. They first went to Jerusalem, and then where did they go? They went home. Where is home? The Galilee, where Shimon Bar Yochai is from, the author of the Zohar. Now think about how interesting this is. This is a document written by someone that's not actually from Palestine, a Spaniard, in that you have an entire population moving to Israel, Palestine. They land in Jerusalem, and they settle in the area of their heroes, Shimon Bar Yochai, Meron, and Tzfat. And if you know anything about Meron and Tzfat, you know that is now, to this day, the center of Kabbalah. They built a center where there was none prior. They built an entire world for themselves and then lived in it. It It's an amazing mystical story. In the world of the Ottoman Empire, the Kabbalah is about to undergo a titanic change. So some of the earliest important systematizers of Kabbalah at this time was Meir ibn Gabbai. Miriam Gabbai, he wrote one of the earliest systematic accounts of Kabbalah as we have it. But the most important systematizer of Kabbalah is going to be at this time Moses ben Yaakov Cordovero. And he's going to write, published in 1548, his Pardes Romine. And this is the most encyclopedic, most coherent, and most systematic account of Zohar Kabbalah to be produced, basically in some ways ever. And just to briefly summarize how he thinks, some of the things he thinks, he imagines the Sefirot as emerging from a kind of dialectic. That is to say, they always contain their opposite, and their opposite breaks off for them. Have you folks ever seen how cells undergo like mitosis? Right? Is it mitosis where cells break away from each other? All right, where they you see them like doing the thing, and right? He imagines that all the Sefirot, the Ein Sof, contained a contradiction, and that from that contradiction emerged Sefirah, and then that contained all the contradictions of Ein Sof, and broke again, and broke again. So what we have in the ideas of Cordovero is we actually have a reason why the Sefirot developed the way they did. For him, there's an inner dynamism even inside each Sefirah, and that's going to get turned up to the max. We'll get to that glory here next time. So he's trying to systematize why the Zohar works the way the Zohar works. Why do the Sefirot obey rules? What are the rules the Sefirot obey? How do they work? And why are they the way they are? So he's the great systematizer. Another major work that he has is a text called Or Yakar. Or Yakar is a commentary on all the Zohar literature. In fact, this commentary is so vast that a modern edition is still not done yet. There is no modern edition of the Or Yakar. They're still fixing it. They're still putting it out in Hebrew. I think it's running 24 volumes at this point. He spent decades working on it. It may be done in our lifetime. The modern edition may be done in Hebrew in our lifetime. English edition is not even on the radar. Just to get a standard Hebrew edition done, this work is so massive. It's I think been in the works since the 60s, and I think it's still not done. They're 24 volumes or something. It's a massive commentary. Another work that he produced was a document called the Tomer Devorah, the Palm Tree of Devorah. This is an ethical, very tiny little book, very, very tiny little book. You can read it in an afternoon. And this is an ethical version of Kabbalah. This is trying to understand Kabbalah as an ethical program, how to be a Kabbalistic informed Jew. And these ethical Kabbalistic books, these kind of books of Kabbalistic Musar, ethics, how to be a Kabbalist, how to be a Kabbalistically informed Jew. In fact, many of those are responsible for popularizing a lot of Kabbalistic ideas. In fact, some people ask me, what Kabbalistic book would you read first? And I tell them from the advice of a friend of mine that I would say Tomer Devorah. If you want to read any Kabbalistic book first, get a copy of Tomer Devorah. Because that's the easiest way of getting an inroad into this conversation. You can buy copies that are in Hebrew and English. So he also wrote this text, Tomer Devorah, very important ethical work of Kabbalah. Cordovero was the great systematizer of the generation. And I would say that in many ways, I'll speak for myself personally here, which I rarely do, but I will say, I prefer Cordovero's system of Kabbalah in many ways, from a philosophic point of view, more than I appreciate its Aglurias. Now, I know you're not supposed to say that because it's Aglurias that needs need of everything in all time. But I will say that Cordovero's system I find is much more rigorous, much more systematic, much more philosophically thoughtful. So I appreciate Cordovero a great deal. It's great. Now his elder brother-in-law, right, was Shlomo Alphabet. Now you may have never heard of Shlomo Alphabet, but I bet you sung a song he wrote, a little ditty called Lesadodi. If you ever practice Kabbalat Shabbat, the service on a Friday night, welcome in Shabbat. If If you've ever sung Lechorodi, you've engaged in Kabbalah. Congratulations. The entire service of Kabbalah Shabbat was invented by the circle of people like Joseph Alkovitz, right, and people like Cordovero and people like Joseph Caro. They invented that entire service. That entire service was invented out of whole cloth by Kabbalists. And Lechorodi is the high point of that service, and it's a Kabbalistic hymn to the Shabbat as Shekhinah. So, also he developed some of the all-night study sessions that became important to the development of the holiday of Shavuot. If you've ever done a tikkun on Shavuot, we stayed up all night. Those kinds of ideas are also to be found in ideas of like Shlomo Alkovitz and other folks. In fact, Alkovitz and Joseph Caro, who I'll talk about in a second, they moved to Palestine because a spirit, an entity, a magi, a preacher, the Shekhinah, told them they have to relocate to Palestine and go to Tzfat. Joseph Caro, who you probably know more famously as the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the definitive document of Jewish law. Definitive. There is no more important document in Jewish legal history than the Shulchan Aruch. It was produced by Joseph Caro, a Kabbalist of this time period, who saw visions of the Magi, sometimes as the Shekhinah, sometimes as an embodied version or a spiritual version of Mishnah, the rabbinic text. And so much of modern Judaism, whether it's the legal text like Shulchan Aruch, or whether it's ritual stuff like Kabbalah Shabbat, or it's musical stuff like Lechorodi, or it's other things. All of this is being formed, infused, hewn, and developed in the 16th century in the aftermath of the 1492 disaster of the Alhambra decree. It's being developed by Kabbalists to popularize ideas from the Sacred Zohar, to basically roll out a red carpet for the coming of the Messiah. They are popularizing these ideas as part of a messianic redemption arc in their mind. So these ideas, which were very closely hidden, are now being published, put out there, rendered out there. Make song about it. If you've ever been to a Friday night service in any synagogue ever, you are living in the shadow of these people doing Kabbalah in the hopes of using ideas from the Zohar to welcome and herald the Messiah. Now, I don't know if you know that you were doing that or care, but you were. So, Kabbalah Shabbat Friday night services begin here in Tzfat, right? At some level, begin here in Tzfat, and they are imbued deeply. Go read Lechorodi. Go read the English translation for it. It's all about welcoming the bride, getting married to Shabbat in the form of the Shekhinah. It's Kabbalistic all day long. The Zohar itself is also now reaching its canonization at some level. It's printed for the first time in Italy at the printing of Cremona, although that printing is not very widely recognized. It's only ran for a few volumes. But the definitive edition was also printed just around the same time at Mantua, and the Mantua edition became the standard version. The 3-volume version of Mantua became the standard edition. So the Zohar is now being printed. The printing of the Zohar actually was precipitated at least first by Christians, and then the Mantua edition was going to rapidly disseminate the ideas of Kabbalah all through the world, especially the European world. Cordovero's work is going to be soon surpassed by Isaac Luria. We'll get to him next time. What ends up happening is Cordovero dies, as we all will, and Luria comes to Tzfat the very day Cordovero died. The Ramat died. And above the funeral train of Cordovero, of the Ramat, Yitzhak Luria saw a pillar of fire reaching up into heaven. Now, if you know something about the book of Exodus, the book of Exodus describes God as appearing to the Israelites as a pillar of fire. Literally, Isaac Luria says, Cordovero, God is literally going with Cordovero on his funeral train. and immediately Itzhak Luria joins the train. Itzhak Luria, the Arizal, the lion, comes to Tzfat and spends only a few years in Tzfat before he dies. He only spends, but the few years that he spends in Tzfat before he dies very young. He only like 40 or something when he dies. He spends a few years teaching, and the 3 or 4 years that he spent in Tzfat, or the 2 or 3 years he spent in Tzfat, are going to transform Kabbalah forever. The teachings that he imparts to 2 of his students, one is Chaim Vital, the other is another student called Israel Saru, who's not as well known. But between Saru and Chaim Vital, and really more Chaim Vital, Kabbalah is going to become a completely integrated part of Jewish theology, philosophy, and Jewish law. Kabbalah, as we know it, is going to basically become Lurianic Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, as we all know it, is going to be the Kabbalah downstream of Itzhak Luria and Chaim Vital. And what ends up emerging is that Chaim Vital's version of the Kabbalah is very peculiar interpretation, which we'll get to next time, becomes the authentic, definitive, final version of Kabbalah. That's a huge deal. He will set the stage for all further Kabbalistic speculation. Now, what's also important here is that the Christians have taken notice also of Kabbalah. They've also gotten interested in this messianic fervor. And they've also gotten interested in the idea that Jews may have had some weird secrets way back in the day. Jews at this point, beginning in the 15th century, especially by the 16th century, are taking intense interest in Kabbalah. And they're going to actually adopt Kabbalah to Christianity. And Christian Kabbalah is going to be an incredibly important part of the development of what we now call Western esotericism, or the occult. So if you've ever studied magic, things like that, these ideas are going to be incredibly important when we get to Christian esotericism and the rise of occultism, right, in Europe. We'll get to that next time as well. It's going to be Vital, Chaim Vital, one of Itzhak Luria's students, who is going to provide the definitive version of Kabbalah as we know it. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard phrases like Tzimtzum, contraction, Tikkun Olam, the reparation of the world, Shira, right, the idea of the shattering of the vessels, Klipot, the idea that these are broken vessels or shards of these vessels. If you've ever heard any of these ideas come from Lurianic Kabbalah. They are versions of Kabbalah developed by Luria based on the sacred Zohar. What we're going to do next week is we're going to dive into Lurianic Kabbalah. Lurianic Kabbalah, as I said just a moment ago, is Kabbalah. It's become the baptized version, if you like. It's the definitive, the authentic, the standard version. There were other versions of Kabbalah that existed prior, but Lurianic Kabbalah becomes the canonical version of Kabbalah. So notice what's already happened. By the late 16th century, the Zohar is already accepted as canon. There's no doubt anymore basically about it. The question is, how do we interpret it correctly? Luria is going to become the canonical version of Kabbalah. That's a big deal, because something that is at this point, from 1572, Kabbalah is only about 300 years old. 1270s is when it first began to emerge, really. And by 1572, with the death of Isaac Luria, it's going to become definitive. So by 300 years, the Zohar is scripture. And it's going to affect every version of Jewish life, from the Siddur, prayer book, to liturgy, Kabbalah Shabbat, to ritual life, putting on felon during Chomoed, even Jewish law. It's going to affect all these things. And the Lurianic Kabbalah will be the standard mechanism by which all other forms of Kabbalah will be measured. So we'll come back next week and we'll begin the process of handling the Lurianic Kabbalah. Welcome back and thank you for joining me.
So tomorrow,
explore the garden that is Jewish.
God willing, it's 10. That's that guy. I thought it was.
Started investigating.
92.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the ViralRabbi app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. 6:40. Your radio station. Guaranteed.
The fucking button.
Challenge attracts approximately 125,000 attendees per day. Challenge on the top
I just discovered today, so this is how radio shows are separate. And, there's like two fans at night that are they separate. Trucks passing on the freeway. But I just discovered today that Ray Revolta, the producer of the John Colbert Show, his daughter turns 21 in September. And my daughter was 20 in October, and I never did that. So in the last 20 years, we never talked about that. Isn't that wild? So his daughter's going to Canada. I want my daughter going to but what a great outdoor concert for kids to go every year. Combined also to be an entire weekend of parents enjoying and checking their cell phone 2 or 3 times a night, 2 or 3 times an hour, 3 times a minute, constantly checking phones and texting their kids. Hey, it's me, make sure you get my hotel by, love you, and then the kids got this. But we work it. That's what parents do. And so this would be a great content to be lineup later on today. But Billy, we got a huge program here. We got a lot going on, lots to do. Did you say that it's a Shannon Parents program? Tomorrow night. Is that right? All right. The students are going to take someone. Okay, 2 different perspectives. Here's the latest that 545.
Maybe we hold off on Serva because I'm getting an update. I think we can go to Susan.
I'll get the other one. Okay, you guys. These chances. Look, this is a lot of battles. There's going to be a lot of accidents in California. People are pissed. People are broke. And when you're broke and pissed, lost your job, you can't afford working hard. You're on your wits' end. And these flags are at their wits' end. So they're suing should have to listen to this show for 3 months before they run. Because I'll tell you what you can get away with and what you can't. But running your car, doing it, running into a CHP or WPD or sheriff or whatever the cops are, is almost always internet. They'll just open up and shoot you. Right?
Got him. Got you, Daddy. Chill. Calm the fuck out. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. No. Wait. There's athleticism. This scratch. Look at this move. Look at this. Getting crusty out of the eye, baby. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. She's wide awake in her whiskey.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hatchman!
Hey, I'm right here. I'm sitting next to you the whole gosh darn time. It's still a pandemic, so I sit next to you during the start of the show.
Oh,
It's good to be here. How are you, Brian?
I'm good.
We're here again, the world famous Comedy Store. Another episode of Kill Tony on the Sunset Strip. Hey, look, everybody, it's the great Ryan J. Evo right there. Trying tonight's episode. There's the classic, the turn, the wave, and the point from Ryan J. Evo. He draws every single episode of the show. All those prints are available at RyanJEvo.com. Every poster, every episode. He's been doing auctions over there. Go check it out. A lot of fun stuff happening. A couple new, very limited edition Kill Tony shirts he just released. And other fun stuff as well. Yeah, very exciting. We're all stuffed up on Vito's Pizza, my favorite pizza place, and really one of my favorite Italian restaurants in all of the city that I love the most, Los Angeles, California.
It's kind of ruined the pizza that I usually get now because I'll deliver the sucks now compared to
It's incredible, and I think I mentioned it last week, but I did it again since then. Every little gathering I go to now, where I know there's going to be 4 or more people, I pre-order an entire party tray of ziti, and it comes with an entire tray of breadsticks, an entire tray of salad, and salad. And I show up. Actually, it's cold salad, Brian. It's been a while since you had a salad. You may have forgotten.
Yeah, that's right. It is cold.
Yeah, salad is not served hot right now. But I'll just bring these entire trays of food to places, and people are like, "What the fuck?" And it makes people so happy. People just eat breadsticks. I mean, the breadsticks alone would stop a party in its tracks, or start one, if you will. But shout out to Charlie. Of course, last week we were graced with the presence of the great Grace from Vito's Pizza. I'm all jacked up on delicious caveman coffee. Use the promo code KillTony, save 15%. We have amazing sponsors here. I actually eat Vito's. I actually drink caveman coffee. I actually love the Comedy Store. And here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that brought you tonight's episode. Hey y'all, now more than ever, you really shouldn't put off seeing a doctor when you're not feeling well. And I know that with everything going on, it can be difficult to put your health first. Seeing a doctor can be a real hassle. Plus, it's scary nowadays to go in there. There might be people in the waiting room coughing. It's frightening. That's why I use PlushCare. They make seeing a doctor so easy, I do it right from home.
PlushCare provides virtual doctor appointments through your smartphone or computer. I just pick a time that works for me and book an appointment right online. I don't have to sit on hold forever to make an appointment or leave the house and sit in the crowded waiting room like Tony just said, and then be exposed to who knows what. With PlushCare, I can be diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to the pharmacy of my choice and need it within minutes. PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states in the doctor's care. We're here to help by discussing treatment options, providing prescriptions as needed. And they're available anytime I have questions.
And if you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health, PlushCare doctors are available to help. Schedule an appointment today to discuss your treatment options. You know, I did this, Brian, and it was super easy. Turns out I had a little case of food poisoning after eating some diabolical sushi, but I was worried, and I took care of all of it over PlushCare. With PlushCare, I don't put off seeing a doctor, and neither should you. No more excuses. Make your appointment today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony. That's plushcare.com/Tony. Plushcare.com/Tony. When you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want random passers-by looking in on you. So why would you let people look in on you when you go online? Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door. Did you know that your internet service provider, say Comcast or Verizon, knows every single website you visit? And what's worse is they can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who will use your data to target you.
Yeah, it's completely legal that they do that. Also, it's scary. ExpressVPN puts a stop to this. It creates a secure, encrypted tunnel between the device and the internet so that your online activity can't be seen by anyone. I use ExpressVPN on all my devices. It works on everything, phones, laptops, even routers. So everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can still be protected even if they don't have ExpressVPN. And the best part, if you're using ExpressVPN, it's as easy as closing the bathroom door. Just fire up the app, click one button, and you are protected.
ExpressVPN is the world's #1 rated VPN by CNET, Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So if you're like me and believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com/KillTony today. Use our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony. Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. One CEO, Ali, needed to hire for a multifaceted role at his wallpaper company, Walls Need Love. He was looking for someone who was the right fit for his team and culture, but his search was slow going. So he turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
That's how Ali found Savannah Ray. Ali said Savannah's skills and experience were a great match for the role. Plus, she applied within a few days after he posted the job. Through ZipRecruiter, Ali has hired everyone from head of marketing to sales director to lead graphic designer. But Ali's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter.
That's right. A lot of them do. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. And we're back. What an exciting time to be here. We have the great Rick Cossack is here, everybody. Make some noise for Rick. You guys can clap your hands. Rick takes pictures of the show sometimes. He's my neighbor. A little fun fact for you. And he filmed all the Jackass movies, all the Wild Boys, he's a skateboard legend, right? Photographer, yes, skateboard photography legend. Yes, I forgot that part. He's a great photographer, filmographer, cinematographer, filmologist, camera guy. Okay, The great Gino's here. This is a real who's who of the Kill Tony family. Very exciting. The CEO of Speedweed, and never forget, he played a crucial role in Kill Tony's continuation over at Better Box Studios during some of the craziest times in the history of the world, and we are forever grateful for that. How about a hand for Gino, everybody? And you wouldn't believe it. But tonight is such a Kill Tony wild family night that for the first time ever in the history of the show, ladies and gentlemen, a graphic artist who I have been working with, it seems like forever, but I guess it's only been over a year. The great Big Vader is here for the first time ever, everyone. How exciting. All the way from beautiful Tennessee. We're happy to have you here. Welcome to the Comedy Store. An unbelievably amazing artist. All internet graphics. Incredible. Anyway, so let's start the show, shall we? We have a guest tonight. This is one of my really good friends. This is a guy who I've even gotten closer.
Yeah, you've been playing a little golf, you do?
Yeah, he's been teaching me some stuff, getting my swing right. This guy is an unbelievable golfer, an unbelievable comedian, a guy who I've always looked up to here at the Comedy Store. When I started here, he was already right there in the middle of lineups, killing it. The Comedy Store paid regular. Famous for movies, TV shows, absolutely everything, but a true Comedy Store guy, one of my good friends. Everybody make some noise for the great Court McCown, everybody. Yeah! Not his first Kill Tony rodeo at all. He's been here a few times. I've judged roast battles with this guy. It's good to be here, though.
Well, there we go. Yeah, it is good to be here. Now, there we go.
We're
Ben, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. It's good to be here.
And we've been having fun. And since I became a golf addict during this pandemic, we've run into each other over at the range, and you've straightened out my swing.
I'm helping your swing a little bit.
How is he? How is he on that?
He's actually not too bad. You know, I mean, it's like
Jesus, what a ringing endorsement.
But
you just started.
It's the hardest sport in the world, and everybody thinks that they can get 2-3 months in and they're going to be great. And it's just fucking, it takes years.
Yeah.
It takes years. But I did notice you got the Trump sweatshirt on today.
Well, the fans at home could not notice that from where the cameras are, but thank you for exposing that. And our listenership just went down 50. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually glad that you are listening to the show. I didn't realize you were had a microphone.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome, Mr. President. I got this playing at your course, by the way. It is a beautiful course here in Palos Verdes, and it's one of my favorite places to go.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. And if you get a chance, I would love it if you would just put my name on a list so that I could play anytime, perhaps. What do you think about that? Okay, all right. Let's just keep this fun train moving along. Court, I don't know if you remember this or not, but we have a band on this show.
When I first started doing this, it was still upstairs, and there was no band. So now I feel like I'm really part of Kill Tony.
I love it. Well, the band, every single episode commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been in the back getting ready. It took a long time tonight. Let's see what they are. I hope it's worth it. They're the best damn band in the land. They are the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg, Joel Jimenez, Jet Ski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Oh. Oh my God. What in the world is happening? Wow. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Look at this. Wow. My goodness gracious. They made Jet Ski a freaking Christmas tree over here. Poor Jesse Johnson. What an interesting position you're in tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Santa Claus is here, everybody. Clearly pregnant with septuplets, a very strange type of fat. Hello, how are you, Santa?
Have you been a good boy this year, Tony?
You know me.
I do, you haven't.
Why? What have I done? Have you been watching me?
Lots of coal, Tony. Lots of coal coming your way.
All right. Well, luckily luckily I'm a big fan of the coal industry, so I'll be able to resell that. Okay, not Mr. President, Mr. Santa Claus. Well, Mr. President is here. You're a big fan of the coal industry as well, right, Mr. President? Right?
Officially running for president of the United States.
That's not what I asked you at all. We love coal, don't we?
We don't have victory.
That's not, again, this is like Trump doing his Biden impression. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Jesse Johnson's here. She's a Christmas tree. How are you, Christmas tree?
Great to be here, standing tall.
Oh, wow, you have the official Jesse Johnson ornaments on your tree. I love that.
Oh, you saw those?
Yeah, handmade by Jesse Johnson, available at jetskijohnson.com. I bought 2.
Last week you bought 3.
Oh, that's right. I bought 2 more, I meant to say. That means that brings me to 5 total.
That's another lump of coal.
Mrs. Claus, behave.
Hello, Mrs. Claus. Looking actually just like all of Joel's female characters, looking extremely beautiful for some reason.
I'm hot as fuck.
Wow, Mrs. Claus, what have you been? Wow, you pulling out your breasts?
I might if you act nice.
Oh, is that why? Okay, do you have a lisp?
She sucked on too many candy canes.
Wait,
That's right. Sometimes your tongue just gets stuck like this. How do you think we made this marriage work for so long?
And it appears as though we. Appears as though we have one of the most frightening elves of all time here, everybody. Chroma Chris.
Hey, everybody, nice to be here.
Hi, what's your name, Elf?
Name's Alfonso. Ha!
It's just Santa turned the North Pole into a meth lab. Look at this. This is wild, man. This is a fucking party. Jet skis, a Christmas tree. We got the real Santa Claus. This is your first time on the show. Am I right, Santa Claus?
It's true.
It's so wild. Nothing better than a late September, early October appearance by Santa Claus.
Well, it's about to be my busy season, so I made some room in my schedule.
Okay, that makes sense. You look great. You ready? So we have a special Christmas episode, Christmas with Court McCown. Everything's here, everybody's here. So let's start the show, shall we? This is another episode of Kiltany. We're still inside with a very, very extremely, basically no audience, just the close-up production team here at Kiltany. But with a few predetermined sign-ups, trying to squeeze some new people in here that have been waiting couple weeks or so to get in, and they're finally in the bucket. So let's start the show. You guys ready for this? Oh yeah. Oh boy, that reminds me of back when we used to have 500 people in the room. You know what? Let's not start the show with a bucket. Let's start the show with something special. This is one of our regulars, ladies and gentlemen. To get things started here tonight, this guy, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, famously was sent over 20-some pairs of shorts last week. Absolutely insane. And did a little runway strut for us, testing out some of the pairs of shorts. And he's back again. One of my favorite comedians, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. It's 60 seconds uninterrupted. Here he is, William Montgomery.
I wish they'd attach an iPad to a shake weight so we could form a tight-knit community. I'm kind of jealous of Peloton, of people riding their bikes in their living room, cheering each other on. Meanwhile, I'm in the basement with a shake weight looking like I'm training for the dice rolling Olympics. The best part about a shake weight is that you lose 12 pounds in 1 square inch of your body, and you have the fucking most ripped muscle inside of your right elbow. Meanwhile, the left elbow looks like Danny DeVito at a nudist resort. Whenever I pull down my underwear, my dick looks like Danny DeVito auditioning for Taxi. But seriously, I don't know if y'all heard, but Casper the Friendly Ghost died a couple days ago.
All right.
Just hit the button.
Just want Why don't you just say thank you? That's my time. Or
Thank you. That's my time.
there you go. Hey, and the Christmas tree, happy holiday. Yeah, Christmas music.
Love it.
You love Christmas, right, William?
I do. I grew up Jewish, actually, but
You didn't grow up Jewish. That's the crazy part of what you just said.
I know I was going to try to make up a story about how I grew up Jewish, but then we got into Christianity and got big into Christmas.
That's right. Speaking of Christmas, you were given tens and tens of gifts last week as the shorts really started pouring in here at the Comedy Store.
I have some new ones on tonight.
That is a beautiful new pair of shorts, buttons, zipped up. Everything is working. It's operational. Do you have a belt on those? No? Oh, you do? Wow. Look at you, you class act.
These are actually, for everybody wondering, I actually wear a size 38 out of 40, so all those 40s I threw away. But it was really
You did
sweet
not
of y'all.
throw away 40s.
It was really sweet of y'all. Yeah.
What did your
You should get those 40s back, buddy. You should get the 40s back.
What does that mean?
Well, the belt's a little tight. They're hanging a little bit.
Let's just say when you lifted your shirt, I thought, game recognized game.
So, William, have you spoken to your family or your girlfriend about the new shorts? What are they saying? What's the report?
They love it.
Yeah.
It's big. Everybody loves it.
Your girl probably likes how your butt smells better now.
Oh, Jesus. Red band.
Huh?
Watch it, Red Band.
Yeah, huh?
You're going to end up with cold.
I'm always watching.
Oh, wow. I bet you are. That's creepy when you say it like that. Christmas tree, you don't watch anything, do you?
No, but he is really always watching.
You guys hang out a lot? You hang out with Christmas tree a lot, Santa?
Supposedly, but she gets a little freaked out when I try to get underneath her.
Whoa, look out. What does Mrs. Claus think about that?
Too busy dealing with the cameras in my bathroom.
Oh, look like that lisp really cleared up, miss. I'm glad that the candy cane finally wore off.
So, William, we have really exciting news for you. I don't think you're going to believe it. Is there anything else crazy that happened this week?
I actually saw a movie for the first time in many years on Netflix yesterday. I don't know if y'all remember Coneheads. I highly recommend it. It's a perfect movie.
How about, what happened with Danny DeVito this week? You noticed Danny DeVito in something?
I did. That's where the Danny DeVito stuff came out. What's that?
This is yet another pair of shorts, believe it or
What
not.
size are they?
Wait, you're going to have to find out. You're going to find out right now. Ooh, this
Perfect.
one-
I do need some more.
Those are a nice color, too. They remind me of your old shorts.
I like these.
What size are they? Do you see there?
I can't tell.
Oh my goodness. You know what? You got new shirts too.
New shirts?
Yep. New shirts?
What do these say?
I don't know. Read it. Open it up. What does
Pie
it say?
happens.
What does it say?
I don't even get it.
Oh, this is where we find out William doesn't know how to read. Size 38, Volcom. Oh, it's a good brand.
Perfect.
Welcome's nice.
Love it.
It's a Christmas giveaway. I should give these to Santa Claus to give to you. Little did I know. Proof again that we had no idea ever what the band's going to be. Do you want to open that up and give it to him?
Please, thank you.
What are the odds that Santa Claus is here on a special gift-giving day of
Can't believe
Tony?
How many boxes do you have? How many more shorts do I have?
Oh, this one's exciting. It's postmarked to Billy Montgomery.
Billy Montgomery.
Wow.
Hold on, we got two pairs in that one.
Kill Tony is now an unboxing show.
Wow.
And a Merry Christmas to all.
Another pair of shorts.
Thank you so much.
And Alan Carr's Quit Drinking.
Perfect.
Quit drinking without willpower. Two things.
Without willpower, how does that work?
Santa, check this
How
out.
does that work?
And a giant bag of candy. Oh, God.
Oh,
Wow.
Look at
So
that.
it's, instead of drinking, you can eat a bunch of candy. Oh, and you also got a letter here. Could be money.
Oh, let's see.
Could be money. Could be anthrax. Nobody really knows.
Yeah. Breathe in real hard when you open that.
Yeah. Santa is opening the letter. I want to see if there's cash in there. That's
Yeah.
all I really care about. Perhaps a check, a cashier's check.
A love letter.
Wow.
What is
Is there
that?
a check? A gift certificate? A bumper sticker?
Find out how not to receive the mark of the beast.
Wow.
religious.
Mark of the Beast. It is a letter from a crazy person.
There may or may not be enough room for this on Red Man's podcast studio table.
Oh, there you go. It's for Red Band. Postmark to William Montgomery.
thank you.
Took a shortcut there. So, William, you got a few new pairs of shorts, some new clothes. What do you think? Can we squeeze in another runway session today?
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, let's do it. Go backstage.
Let's do it.
We'll call you out in a bit. There goes William Montgomery. Here we go. We're going to do it again. Happy holidays. Yeah. Rocking around the Christmas tree. It's another episode of Kill Tony. Okay, this should be fun. This guy made his debut on the show just a couple months ago, was back a month ago, and now he's back again. He started on the show. I believe he's only done this show. He lives up near Modesto, so he's real white trash, always has a real interesting story for us. Last time he told us that he was strapped and he pulled a strap out of his pants. Let's see what happens this week. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Trey Peacock. Here he is. Everybody loves me nice. Santa baby. Oh, Trey Peacock.
I love Mexican food and taco trucks. Taco trucks sell the best Coke. That's a fact. But when I say that, there are two different thought processes you could have. And you're right. You might be the kind of person that hears that and thinks about enjoying a nice cold bottle of Coca-Cola, or you could be the kind of person that hears that and thinks about staying up for 3 days straight, jacking off and staring out windows. Either way, you want the good shit, you got to get it from a Mexican. You know, you got to love those taco trucks. They say you are what you eat, and I actually am Mexican, but I guess lately I've been eating too much white bread. I'm a lot like a slice of bread. I get a really jumpy around toasters. But it's not that I'm actually afraid of toasters. It's just whenever I'm around them, I think I'm going to have a stroke. And not like the good kind on my dick, like the bad kind. Thanks, I'm Trey Peacock.
Hey, look at that. Look at the chimney tonight. Santa baby. Santa baby it is. Santa baby. Hurry down the chimney tonight. There you go. Hi, Trey. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I have a lot of questions about that set. Look, let me tell you something that I've learned in 36 years on this planet, never trying cocaine once, is that people that do cocaine don't ever invite me to anything. I don't ever see them doing it. I don't even know they do it. My other friends are always like, oh, you didn't know that your buddy's like a real big cokehead. I'm like, what? I just thought he had a great sense of humor like me until 5 or 6 a.m. I thought people were just wired that way. But, so I don't know anything about cocaine is my point. My question is this. Is that true that taco trucks sell the best Coke?
Well, the joke was Coca-Cola. But, yeah, that's the premise.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
being someone that's done a lot of cocaine,
Yeah.
I will say that Mexicans sell the worst cocaine
Oh.
on the planet.
That's true.
Take that, Mexicans.
What race has the best cocaine?
The Asians? I'm going to guess white people. White people.
I think
dreaming of a white
I just never got any good coke from Mexico. That's just all I
It's
got.
got real
It
cane
always got
sugar
that
in it.
gasoline smell. You know what I'm talking about, Trey.
Oh, yeah.
The fertilizer smell.
The fertilizer
Now, Trey,
smell.
you do a lot of cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah, you do. When's the last time you did some cocaine?
About 20 minutes ago.
Are you serious?
Wow. You are the laziest looking cokehead I've ever seen.
I balanced it
You
out.
look like you just did a bomb rip.
That is so interesting that you did it 20 minutes ago. Now, that's wild to me. Does it even affect you anymore? Do you have to do cocaine just to get up to base level, would you say?
Yeah, my parents gave me Adderall when I was a kid. So, yep, I'm cooked up.
How much do you do it like typical day? Like, are you going through just like a bump or two, or are you going through like a whole bag?
Nah, the 8-ball lasts like maybe a week.
A week?
How much is an 8-ball? Is that
Pussy.
Yeah,
Pussy.
it's not a lot.
I
I'm 100
do an
pounds.
8-ball in a night. What are you talking
People
about?
8 hours, right?
It's called portion control. Heard of it, Red Man?
Like you've ever done that.
What other drugs do you do regularly? A little bit of meth, right? Just a touch?
Just a little bit.
So what are we talking about with meth? How often do you do that?
That's
Seasoning,
when
I
I'm
call
working.
it.
What?
I use that to stay up when I'm working.
Okay, how often do you work?
Every day I'm not out here.
Okay.
So now, what do you do to come down?
Weed.
Wow. How
You ever
much?
tried heroin?
Nope, not yet. Is that an invite?
Be a good boy and maybe.
You have friends that do heroin?
I know some people, not really friends, but
Enemies. Do you ever do any pain pills of any kind?
nah.
That's
No.
probably. I respect that.
Thank you.
As a heavy smoker myself, and now I just use this vape pen, and I also go to Lucy.co and use their amazing nicotine gum. Absolutely incredible. That wasn't a joke. I don't know why you did a rim shot there.
It was like a stinger for the promo.
Oh, thank you. So what else? What else have you tried? Have you ever done anything like any like unorthodox drugs, like huff paint or anything like that? Eat something weird?
Keyboard cleaner.
No, sometimes when I'm working, I use acetone. So sometimes, like, I'll be using acetone all day and breathing that in. That'll fuck you up. Yeah, it gives you cancer.
Oh wow! What does that make you feel like?
Just lightheaded.
Do you think you have any signs of cancer setting on? Do you have any do you have a lumpy back or something?
Fuck if I know. My back cracks when I breathe in sometimes.
Okie dokie. Wow.
Well, hope it's not going to be your biggest problem. We can see. Yeah.
Welcome to another episode of Things I Only Think of in My Nightmares. Your back cracks when you breathe in.
Dr. Has Dr. Koo visited you recently, Tony?
No, but I have gotten a lot of feedback since that episode aired from people that analyze dreams and whatnot, and it appears as though people have told me that they're saying that I believe the doctors aren't saying all that they know. Perhaps it's wrapped around the current coronavirus or things like that. That my beliefs are that the doctors aren't saying everything, that their jaws are wired shut and it's pouring out of them. Like we are only getting pieces of the information. That's a little thing that I read the other day from someone that sent me something. But interesting stuff. Trey, what else have you been up to since the last time we saw you?
Something funny happened to me today. When I was working, I had to go to Home Depot and get some parts. I was getting some pipe fittings, and I went to the self-checkout.
Yep.
Self-checkout, and one of the fittings wasn't coming up. So a lady had to come over, and she was beautiful. I was like, oh, this is a beautiful girl. And so she's helping me. The one fitting that didn't come up, it's called a nipple. So she's there. So she's there looking through all the nipples, asking me which one, and it's not there. There's long nipples, short nipples, and so it was kind of awkward, and we finally got it, and I just thought that was kind of funny. She was all blushing, like she didn't know what it was either.
Trey, be honest, did you get a boner?
Yes, I did.
Wow, look at that, got a boner.
I'll let it slide.
Oh my
Thank
goodness.
In our house, we call that a Yule log.
Oh, wow. You have a little country accent now, Mrs. Clark.
That's right. I'm all over the place. I got a lisp, an accent. Sometimes I talk like this.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's just say she's traveled with me all over the world and can't pick a voice or a region.
Wow. North Pole, South Pole, you're bipolar.
As long as it's a pole, I'm all right with it.
Wow.
Mrs. Claus!
Slutty Mrs. Claus. This is a great character. My goodness. Oh, shit, we've seen that.
What did I say about the gag reflex, Mrs. Claus?
I'm sorry, I'm only human.
Oh, yeah. Trey, is it true that what happened after the episode last time you were on when you had the strap on you?
Yeah, I was driving home and got another speeding ticket.
My goodness.
Yep.
And the wild part of that you told me is what? That you had...
Well, I didn't have the strap, or I did still have the strap on me, but I didn't get caught. I had tree. They took my tree, and
wait, what? You had a tree? Christmas tree?
Yep.
Tree in your car?
Yep.
What do you think about that Christmas tree? This guy drives with trees in his car.
Like, you guys just go places together?
Yep.
That sounds really nice.
So you had marijuana in your car?
Yes, I did.
And the cop never found out, right?
No, he did. He was like, you got weed in here. Like, after he was already writing me up for speeding, he came back and he's like, all right, you got tree. And I was like, yeah. So he's like, all right, well, give it to me. So I got it. Gave it to him. I was like, it's under an ounce though, so I'm good. I know that. So he goes back and weighs it and comes back and he gave it back to me. So I was like, sweet.
Did you have any cocaine in your car at the time as
No,
well?
I didn't.
No, where was that? In your asshole?
Something like that.
You have a big hat.
Thank you.
Your ears are underneath your
I
hat.
have a small head is really what
You
it
look
is.
like a Hey Arnold character.
Thank you.
How small is your head?
Really small.
Let's
This is
see
a
it.
small
Can we
size.
see how small your head is? Whoa, look at that tiny head. Look at that. That is a really... does everyone in your family have tiny heads?
No, it's just me. I was a preemie, that's why.
Oh, it was. Your mom probably has some wild habits, right? What is?
You're a premature ejaculator? That doesn't tell us what to
All right. Yeah. So tell us about the things that your mom's into.
Well, my mom's actually pretty straight edge. She's a Christian, but she was an alcoholic for a long time.
But she was pregnant with you?
Probably, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Now that small head thing makes sense.
Yep.
Exactly. All right, Trey. Well, it's always fun. Well, you're from Modesto?
Yes, sir.
You ever been up to Modesto Court?
I have been to Modesto.
Scary place.
Very, very scary place.
He looks like he's from Molesto.
Whoa, Santa just
Take
dropped a
that.
bomb on you, dude. You look like you've been molested, bro.
Is Modesto the one with the casino that has a mic up there that Sam Tripoli used to run? I don't know if that's
The double tree?
That's Temecula, maybe.
Two trees.
I don't know. Modesto's where the whole thing came down in like 2000, where the whole crash started. The land, all the fucking real estate crash started. Modesto and Fresno. It's real high end property up there, right, sir?
Oh, yeah.
If you could be if you were the head of tourism for Modesto, look directly at the General Bogus. Can you get behind that camera for a second? And I want you to zoom in on his tiny head a little bit, and I want you to give a pitch straight to camera on why these people should visit beautiful Modesto, California. Straight to that camera. You're the new head of tourism. Introduce yourself. Say, I'm Trey Peacock, head of tourism, and here's why you should visit Modesto, and then ramble about it. Go, now, go.
I'm head tours, Trey Peacock, and we're here to talk about Modesto. Y'all should go see 9th Street. That's where all the crack hookers are. But stay off 8th because that's where the cops run down. And stay off of 12th because that's where all the gangs are in.
No, you told them where to avoid. Look at camera and tell them all the great things about Modesto. Go ahead.
There's a movie theater. There's taco trucks. There's a lot of coke. You could get weed from any of the clubs out there. You could get it on the street. That's 9th Street, too. Come visit Modesto anytime you want. You're welcome here.
What was that final line? Come visit Modesto and we tell you how you welcome here. What was that?
I don't know what I said. I was rambling.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. And that is perfect. That is everything great about Modesto. So if you're into any of those things, stay off of 9th Street, avoid 8th Street. The cops are running on 12th Street. You got great coke, great taco trucks. You come here, we know you welcome.
Yep.
All right, Trey. Well, fun times.
Thank you.
Congratulations. This is your 3rd time ever doing stand-up?
Yes, it is.
There you go. Trey Peacock.
Appreciate
right
it.
on. There he goes. Trey Peacock, chasing his dreams. Taking a break from the cocaine and the meth to grace us with his presence here on Kill Tony. A young... Trey, how old are you? 21 years old, already addicted to meth and cocaine. How about another hand for Trey, everybody? These are just some of the wild characters here.
Have you ever been offered coke? Like, have you been around it before?
I mean, yeah, people. I've been sort of around it. I've definitely been offered it, and people are always like really surprised that I don't do it.
It seems like you
I'm
would.
skinny and I'm always up late night.
And you're a writer. A lot of writers take it.
Yeah.
You'd probably like it too much.
Yeah, probably.
Pardon me. That's me.
Stealing the money at Vivian's gambling hall at Hotel on Fremont from 2022 until April last year. In fact, in 2025, an employee called police about this alleged scheme. The investigation began after an internal audit involving the Vivian's campaign. All three now face theft charges.
and the government do not. That was them. They put his life in the living room. All right, in and out. Thank God somebody put their foot down and said we're not doing mobile order. Because there's nothing more annoying than being in a fast food place or being in a restaurant, and then guy comes in and he goes to the front of the line and takes the cashier away for a couple seconds. Well, he takes the order to whoever was too lazy to drive to the restaurant. You drove to the restaurant and you're getting treated like a second-class citizen. The person who gets treated like royalty is the lazy person at home. They phoned in the order and is having it delivered. Those people take priority over everybody. But thank God, what's her name? Lindsay? Is that the lady who runs Lindsay Snyder? She said, no, they never. No, they never. No, there's no mobile ordering. And get it out. You got to stand in line like everybody else. Thank God that she put her foot down and said no. They made a lot more money with mobile orders. They could have made a ton. They could probably made another 15 or 20%, maybe 30%. Because what you do is you're on your way to get it out.
Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Are you ready for me? All right, just one moment. I was up very late. I watched another documentary with Riser and his mom last night, and she left today, so I will perhaps get my hours back to normal. I don't know. He's supposed to come back. We watched a documentary on an airport in Canada that was once the crossroads of, or crossroads, if you want to call it that, of the world in terms of transatlantic flights. And on 9/11, it became very important because a lot of people landed there without notice. And so it was that story. And it was interesting. It is known as Gander, Newfoundland, Canada. Miss, of course, you had an amazing fair. I didn't include that, but that was great. Thank you. Oh, that was bad. No doubt. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Give me this. What a spare.
also says the state's intermediate climate and disaster response cost California service board. Visit laworks.com for details on that. And finally, the big bargain pay less for gas.
You can gain about 1% in fuel economy. An empty car seat weighs about 30 pounds. AAA says you also need to reduce drag, so ditch the rooftop cargo box and wash your car. Mythbusters says a clean car isn't just for vanity. It can actually let's face it, you look better in a clean car. Free tickets. KFIN.
Reload is right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Ooh, that you got that last one. That was good. No doubt. Give me this. Ooh.
One super agency, one powerful platform. All your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. Supersure.com.
No doubt here. Bingo. Thank you, madam.
Chance of rain starting Friday. Right now it's 67, 65, 79, 71, Can't buy financial update brought to you by Supershore. Supershore.com, one super agency, one powerful platform.
Big time. Thank you.
Washington as you continue back towards the 5. Slowing across mid-city, East 10 from the 405 only to 110. And the South 101's crowding up in Sherman Oaks between the 405 and the 170.
Give me this. Ooh.
Slowing ahead in Hollywood Roads. Monica Boulevard as you continue into downtown Los Angeles. And Ohio Nelson's probably along 19 Down the road, the 55 Freeway to Green River. And it's tough in Ontario. This is the eastbound side of the 10. That's where traffic loads up at Haven. There's a crash ahead just before Atalanta, teaming on the brakes. That's also affected from Restream. For this most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Wayfind the life-changing travel is back this season 2. Join us as we explore breathtaking natural beauty and the many-history destinations.
One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, there's just a more dramatic starkness. The water, the land, heat. It really is just a
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in shit. Yay is right. Miss Aquarius, sweet dreams too, God willing. Thank you, man. God willing. Happy Pesach, everybody.
It's an opportunity to also tell the dads, hey, it's great that your kids like playing with their mom. Hey, you got a crush. This dads like to hear that. Dads like to hear that you're in their life. And it's other dads recognize that you're in their life. They like to hear that. It makes them feel better. So I always say, one of my biggest things, when you see a dad playing with 3 kids, and the kids are really well behaved, and you like to hear that you're traveling with your kids. My mom and dad always loved me. And when we had our daughter, when she was 5 or 6, and she was on a plane, and she was well behaved, that we were complimented by some of the parents around us. Oh, that kid's really well behaved. Oh, that's always nice to hear. Always nice to hear. But instead of having that conversation, all 3 of the other guys were on the phone. I don't know why I feel like this social media where we're going to get into a million discussions and everything. But it was just a missed opportunity. It was a missed opportunity to talk to other people you don't know. And I think there's a lot of missed opportunities out there. To get into a conversation with somebody you don't know, somebody new. And so restaurants are going to start to ban cell phones. In fact, I'll tell you what they are. If you go to these restaurants, you got to be aware now that you can't bring your cell phone in. Or they're going to punch you in the face if you bring your cell phone in. There's some kind of violence that's going to happen. No, they're just going to have to take it, put it back in your drawer, or put it in a locker, or shut it off. And that's a great thing. So back on the restaurants. We're live on Day by Day. I'm 644 now with Rob. Here's the latest. Hackers hit the city attorney's office. The Academy hits the Gray Bar Hotel. And Georgia voters have picked NTG's release for flood details at the bottom of the hour. And we'll look at the tweet after this. All right, let's talk about the Saturday show. We're going to talk about gold and silver. I co-host with a guy named Rich Jacoby, and that guy's got a lot about gold and silver, and how you make some money, they can retire, and stay in your own home. Let's go to the key to life. You're trying to stay in your own home, or your own apartment, or your own condo, as long as you can, as you get older. So, the gold thing is called the credit report. And it's on every Saturday from 5 to 6 p.m. And we talk about gold and silver. And some of the larger banks think that gold and silver are not going to keep outperforming stocks again this year. Gold up 80% last year, silver 150% last year, and they think it could be higher. So hold it right now and get yourself a free information kit. I'm explaining to you how you can buy gold or silver or both with an IRA or a 401k without taxes and without penalty. So here's your phone number. Write it down, or better yet, just phone it down while you're thinking about it. To get the free information kit, we're going to FedEx it to you. 833-362-3843. 833-362-3843. And then we'll see you every Saturday at 5 to 6 p.m. right here on KFI. So I got weather clear skies this evening. Got some clouds and fog coming in later. The lows in the upper 50 around 50 in the high. Cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid upper 70s, low 70s at the beaches, and in the mountains and hiking. This report was by the Transit Police Foundation. From your Toyota dealers traffic center, make it easy. Riding on the 10 and see you.
This one's on the eastbound side, and it is making your way toward Arlington. Arlington Line. Delays backing up all the way from 405. The westbound side of the 10 is crowded right there on the scene. Slow down, take a look. We're looking at the southbound 110. Delays and stretches from 101 as you continue to head towards Manchester Avenue. And northbound slowing in South LA from just about Adams as you continue back towards the 101 freeway. Slowing in the middle, past crowded 15 northbound Gateway 2138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Aisha Martinez.
Life-changing travel is back for season 2.
One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska was just a more dramatic stillness where the water and the land, it really is just a magical landscape.
How you doing, Jake? There you go. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? right, calm down. How is the job hunt going? Oh, that's great. Or what is that? What is that? Okay, you get a badge to do that? And you need a badge? And you need a badge to do that? And they give you a badge? No way. That's pretty baller. Tight. All right.
Probably.
There you go.
You know, and another thing is people are always like, no, it's great for when you get drunk. It brings you back. And I'm like, but what? That's what I get drunk for. I get drunk to get drunk. Like, that's the feeling that feels good. So I want to stay there. But you've done a lot, right, Cord? That's like part of your like legacy back in the day. You were like, you know,
I experienced quite a bit of.
You were a movie star in the what was
In
that?
the 80s?
Yeah,
But yeah. 70s.
I'm watching a podcast.
So I was like, I was
hipster
really,
over here.
yeah. It was, but it was really expensive. Like, it was extremely expensive, but it was really good. Now it's like Modesto. It's like cut with shit. It's not as good. It's been
Don't
a while.
get him started on the Mexicans.
No.
all right, Sam.
Use the Jews that bring it. You know.
When Mrs. Claus was younger, she stole cocaine from a friend and then helped them look for it.
Yeah. How did that end?
Turns out they lost it in the snow.
All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady. 2 ago.
You too,
Told her
big
to
man.
swing
Take
by
care.
again, or told her to swing by and
Oh,
perform.
well, it sounded like you were.
She's performing now. The name is Carolyn. Just everyone. Here we go. First time on Restream.
You're more than welcome to.
Here we go. Dude Towns, Caroline, Georges.
I'm a stripper. It's great being a stripper, but I do have to live with the stigma. I get slut shamed for being a stripper, which is wrong because I'm sluts don't get paid. I'm a whore, so I get it right. You know, if you're gonna shame me for anything, I'm just really a whore. I don't really like labels, but So, anyways, but people do ask. A lot of friends will ask me, like, you know, do you do anything in the VIP? Like, do you do extra in the VIP? And I always just tell them, like, no, I don't do extra in the VIP. I'm a Christian, you know. So, as far as like slut shaming goes, like the logic of it is just really beyond me. Like, what did I do that's like so wrong by fucking guys? Like, did I fuck you? Like, did I suck your dick and make you come? Like, what's like about slut shaming that I'm the bad guy, you know, in this situation that I'm being shamed? That's my time. Sorry.
Hey, Caroline, Georgia. Hey, all right. Wow. There's a lot in there. Coming to town. Caroline George's first time on Kill Tony. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in LA?
Yeah.
How long have you been a stripper for?
Since I was 18.
Since you were 18?
Yeah.
Wow. How old are you now?
It's been about 10 years.
Wow. That's so cool. Where at?
All over LA, like the Body Shop. I used to run into comedians all the time at the Body Shop when I worked there in college and stuff. And, you know, but like kind of the deja vu's, you know, like, but then also like some of the smaller clubs. stuff. Like did like one day at Spearmint Rhino and got out of there really fast.
So no shame in your game. You're a proud stripper. What's the most amount of money you've made in one night of stripping?
$6 grand.
Wow. Whoa. Wow.
Santa just got real interested right now.
Looks like somebody needs to tell me what you'd want for Christmas this year.
Cocaine.
Wow. We have another. It appears as though we have another fan of cocaine here on Tiltoni. How long have you been doing drugs for?
Oh, I mean, I don't really. Honestly, it's kind of old hat doing drugs if you're a stripper. You know what I mean? You get kind of, honestly, like because clients want you to do it with them sometimes and stuff, and so it's like you kind of have to like learn the tricks of how to talk your way out of it and stuff. But at the same time, like, you know, it's
Any cool stories, like a famous celebrity that came in there?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead. Name names.
No. I mean, sometimes family men will come in and you'll be like surprised, like, oh, that guy, like, you know, that celebrity, like that actor, and he's like has like a wife and kids and stuff.
No.
He's on a really popular HBO show. He started in a really popular HBO show.
What was the show about?
The Sopranos.
No, I can't say. I want to protect their identity.
No, I know. I don't want to throw anybody under the.
But like Republicans come in too. Like there's like a couple like Republicans like strippers, like Republican pundits. A couple of those
politicians.
Yeah.
Right. Of course. Yes.
But
that makes
Or comedians that wear politicians' pullovers.
Right. Any good comedy stories, like comics that came in that you could definitely talk about?
That's how it works. Republicans go to strip clubs, and Democratic politicians go to pizza places that have pedophile-filled basements.
Yeah.
Those goddamn reptiles.
But famous comedians, anybody like that?
No, I mean, I don't want to say.
Right.
But just
Again,
like,
that makes sense. I don't want to do that to anybody.
You know.
Now, so you've been stripping for 10 years. Is there an end goal for you? Like, what are you saving money for?
I just kind of I came to LA because I kind of wanted to have an exciting life and stuff.
Where'd you come from?
I come from Alaska.
Wow.
Yeah.
My goodness. They don't even have strip clubs in Alaska, do they?
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh, they do.
They got great
Big
strip
business. Big business.
Wow.
Know where I'm from.
I work at Alaska. It's got an ASS in it. You think it?
I get it.
Good one, Mrs. Claus. Really?
Mrs. Claus.
Okay, so when you say they don't have them where you came from in Alaska, what do you mean exactly?
I'm from like a really small town, like it's 30,000 people, really tiny.
Wow. Were you born in an igloo?
No, in a hospital.
Igloo Azalea.
Okay, it's one of those moments where Mrs. Claus needs to take a breath. She's dancing.
Mrs. Claus, easy. Have you been drinking too much milk
It's been
again?
a few weeks since we've seen that character get a little overamped up. What did you do before the show, Mrs. Claus? Anything different than usual? Maybe
Just
Red
suck
Bull
a
or
lot of
something?
dick and have a bunch of eggnog, baby.
Mrs. Claus, I tried to tell you, that wasn't eggnog.
All right, everyone. So, Carolyn, do your parents know that you're a stripper?
Yeah.
What do they think about that?
My dad does my taxes.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, like it's
I'm more
kind
surprised that strippers do their taxes.
Yeah, we do. We're Americans. You know, we do everything that everybody else does. You know.
That is the most American thing I've ever heard in my life. A stripper going, "We are American."
Well, you know, we're not.
That's beautiful. Thank you. So your dad does your taxes. What does your mom think about it?
You know, what happened was is that I had a falling out with a girlfriend, and so she told my parents.
Rick's so excited that there's a stripper on this show. His jewel pen just flew up out of his hands in the air. He tried to catch it and it fell. Don't make that noise ever again. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. Okay. So, what did your mom say about it?
A friend of mine actually like flashed out at me and told my mom kind of, you know, when she didn't know and stuff.
Shit.
Yeah, and so, but my mom just sort of like told me like, she's like, you know what, it makes sense. And she's like, then she sort of said like, it's kind of a compliment, like I have the personality for it. So it's like, she's very passive aggressive about it. Like she's never gonna.
What did she do for work?
She's a housewife.
Oh, so nothing at all. She couldn't even muster up being a stripper.
You hear that, Mrs. Claus?
Yeah, Mrs. Claus, how do you earn your keep?
Well, first of all, I got a serious question, if I may add.
Go ahead.
When a stripper dies, do you dance half-mast?
Okay, there you go. Great question. What else do you have to say, Mrs. Claus? Okay, what is the elf? I'm seeing the elf next to the microphone. I want to see what elf has to say.
I think we could definitely use someone like her on our North Pole.
Okay, there you go. Oh my God.
Oh, that's the shit you like.
Yeah.
That's the shit that gets laughed.
Yeah, jokes and references, Mrs. Claus.
I said I had a serious question.
Yeah. The word Alaska having the word the sound ass in it doesn't really.
What? Who said that?
I'll ask her for another joke. So,
wow.
Mrs. Claus, the language is getting a bit much.
So COVID has to be really hard on you because there's no strip clubs. What have you been doing to make cash?
That's a good
I
question.
got on unemployment,
Oh.
and and then I'm working part-time at a dispensary and stuff. So,
I have to ask you, do you have a boyfriend?
no.
Have you had boyfriends while you were stripping?
Yeah, lots.
What's that like? Are they get jealous easily? Are they? My guess is this. My guess is the first date and the first couple weeks, they're like, "Nah, it's fucking cool. You do you, I do me. I'm real
Exactly.
independent." And then 2-3 weeks into it,
Yeah.
they start hitting you up like, "Hey, you said you were gonna be done." Or
Yeah.
Coming to the club and just sitting at the bar staring at you.
Yeah.
I know that.
dropping their jewel pen and making noises like, okay. Right? Are we right
Welcome
about
back to
this?
the live reading of the autobiography of Brian Redman.
So it's they're all good. They're carefree in the beginning, and then they start to get jealous real quick.
I used to lie and say I was a nanny, or say I did other things. So I actually had I used to lie about it. I used to be really ashamed of it, and so I used to lie about it. And so I'd have full-on relationships, 6 months, 7 month long relationships. They had no idea.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then when they find out, what do they do?
Only one found out
Yeah.
because he did my taxes.
Oh my God. That's why you
Now
gotta
my
let
dad
Daddy
does
do
my
the taxes.
That's it.
So what happened when he found out? Can you give us a real breakdown of what that was like?
What are all these receipts for $1?
Here you go. Thank you. All right. After a question, can you tell us what that was like when he found out?
He just kind of he asked me about expenses and that sort of thing, and also because he was like, I thought you worked at I told him I worked as a receptionist at
Sure.
And so on the checks that you get at strip clubs, it's they have fake names, you know what I mean, fake business names.
Right.
So he was like, "What's Stars Entertainment? What is this?"
Right.
And
But
so,
when you told him, when you're finally like, I'm a stripper,
well, he knew, and then he told me, and then
he told you were a stripper.
no, well, he told me he knew because he looked up Stars Entertainment where I was getting my checks, and he was like, So he thought I did porn at first, and then it turns out it was okay. It was just stripping, but then
What is that? That only lasts about another month, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's hard, but it's okay.
When you're not stripping, what are you into? You have any hobbies? You like to make pottery or things like that? You into mathematics, science, nuclear energy studies?
Just comedy, pretty much.
Yeah.
I went to film school. I got a degree in film, and then I taught film appreciation for a while. I guess that's something I did for a year and a half.
Where at?
I don't want to say. I got fired.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I guess.
Why'd you get fired
For showing them rated R movies.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a high school, and I thought they were fine to watch them and stuff.
Like what kind of rated R movies are we talking about?
I don't think there's anything wrong with Schindler's List. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Schindler's List at a high school?
A double feature with striptease back to back.
They didn't know I was a stripper either. They didn't know I was a stripper either. But yeah. But also, yeah.
That's interesting.
Do you ever just sit down by the fire and string popcorn together?
Sure. No, I've never.
That was a great moment right there. That was a really nice moment.
A lot of people have said that Christmas trees ask all the best questions.
I respect the stripping, but it terrifies me. Anytime that I get undressed, I'm immediately killed.
Because you're a tree.
Yeah.
So do we sometimes.
Absolutely.
Somebody gonna get her.
Have you ever had a really dangerous moment in a strip club?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's I don't. You don't want to. No,
yes, we do.
Yeah.
Oh well.
You don't have to name names.
Yep.
Okay, I guess this one time, I didn't really know what to do. Like, there's this girl, she had been trafficked, and she was, yeah. So so it was
LA,
really,
the traffic's bad.
Yeah, so helping her and stuff was really, was really freaky because, like, you didn't want to get the person that trafficked her mad. You know what I mean?
Oh my God! So what did you end up doing?
We got her an Airbnb, and then she came to work with all of her stuff, and then she went to the Airbnb, and then she,
Then she went back to the trafficker.
Oh, I know. I think she escaped, and then she went to Hawaii. She was from Hawaii, and so like a trafficker was like, "I want to make you a model," that kind of thing, and then started,
Wow.
So it's not just girls going to college stripping. There's trafficking and all kinds of other fun, interesting stuff. Santa, what the fuck are you doing over there? Get involved.
I'm a flyover.
Now, you're a beautiful girl. You're, 28 years old, something like that. Are there, have you seen a lot of, in your 10 years there, have you seen a lot of strippers, grow old and have a tough time letting go of the game?
Yeah, there's one woman, she was, Billy Idol's girlfriend. She was, when she was really young, 18, and so she had, all these photos of them and stuff, and she's still, stripping, and she was stripping when she met Billy Idol and stuff, and so, it's just, so it's kind of crazy, but she's had, clients for, 15 years, you know what I mean, that, she's,
She's got rank.
Destiny, you tore both of your ACLs. It's time to hang up the hat. And the shoes.
Okay. Your colostomy bag is showing.
Okay.
That's not a panty liner, it's a colostomy bag line.
Do you know Malice?
Malice?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, this is the part where Redman starts dropping stripper names.
Oh my God.
She's great.
I think I do know Malice.
Yes.
How do you forget Malice?
No, you don't forget Malice. No, she has the whip,
She's
right?
famous, with the mohawk.
Oh.
She's like a Hollywood legend.
Oh, I think even I know her just from hanging out. She's tattoos on her. Yeah, exactly.
She's great.
Yeah. All right. Fun times, Caroline. Thank you so much for coming on and teaching us so much about the art of stripping.
This was so fun. Thank you so much.
Awesome. There she goes, Caroline Georges, everyone. Hey, what's coming to town? Santa Claus is coming to town.
Man, I can't wait till the ice house opens up again.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying, my friend. That one would be an instant book right there. So we've met a new person there that hasn't been on the show before. Your next comedian, a regular on this show. This guy is a true anchor of the show, holds it down every single week. Absolutely love this guy with all my heart. One of my really good friends. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great David Lucas. Here he is.
Yeah. White people can't cook worth the goddamn. There's only one thing white people can cook better than black people, and that's meth. Y'all motherfuckers got some ancient recipes for that shit. I like to put my stomach on girls' back when I'm hitting the doggy style, kind of like a paperweight. Don't let her ass go nowhere. Like, where the fuck you think you going? Men don't mind if women are fat. Like, I do a lot of online dating, so of course I meet a lot of fat bitches. But when I meet you and we go out to eat, show up with some fucking personality. Don't just show up fat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate going out to eat with fat girls. They act like they don't eat shit. Like, this bitch is sitting there picking at french fries. Like, bitch, you know damn well I know that you eat more than that. I eat more than that. So quit playing with yourself. What was that? Was that it?
Different cat for some reason. Really off the normal format of the show. That's a different cat. Is there? Are we being invaded by different cats? Wait, did you just say no? You keep saying no. Yeah, huh? Wait, what? What is happening? Okay, all right. This is absolutely the dumbest shit that's ever happened in the history of the show.
I was San Diego.
Okay. I was
San Diego.
Straight into San Diego, which nobody listening knows about. But go ahead.
Well,
You just headlined at San Diego this weekend. How was it?
Killed that shit.
Oh, okay, good. Well, there you go.
And the owner, he messaged me because he thought I was talking shit about the club, but I wasn't talking shit. And he actually paid me extra.
Dude, the owner of the club?
Yeah.
Okay.
He messaged me because he heard that I wasn't happy. But you know, like, he put 9 people up before me. So, you know, when something like that happens, you have to address it as the headliner.
No doubt.
And I'm like, it's not that I was talking shit, but if you have 9 people before you as the headliner,
obnoxious.
You have to make it known to the rest. You have to acknowledge that.
Beyond obnoxious.
Right.
You had no idea that there was going to be 90.
No.
Like, and how long was your set?
I did 30. He told me to bring, so I brought a feature, and I was like, okay, there'll be probably a local opener and a fucking host, and not fucking 9.
What was the reason for the 9 people?
I'll tell you off air, because I love the club. Yeah.
It's all good. So let's talk about stuff, David. You were talking about something that stood out to me is if having sex with a woman doggy style, you like to put your belly on their lower back.
Like a paperweight.
Now, I don't understand that, obviously, because I'm built like a rail, and normally if I'm having sex in the doggy style position, I'm the one that is in the doggy position. I'm on bottom. I'm on bottom.
I know you are, but you like to spread your leg. You know that.
That's right. Dildos come out, and then whatever anybody wants to put in there, they can put in there. Right now, I have $4.50 in quarters in my butthole.
Damn, nigga, you got enough money to help the chain shortage we got in America.
Okay, all right. So here's my question. If your belly is on their lower back, is there ever a time where you go perhaps too far out and then back in and you're like, ow, your like belly gets stuck between their butt? Does it fall down?
I ain't never had no shit like that, bro.
No, I don't know how it works. Because it seems like that would happen.
One time my belly button kissed Mrs. Claus's butthole.
Is that true, Mrs. Claus?
That's right.
What did that feel like to you? Okay. All right. There's a one fart noise. So, David, what's been happening this week in your life other than going down to San Diego? What else has happened?
I fell in love with acai bowls, bro.
Oh, look at that. How long have you been in LA?
10 years.
There you go. That's right about when it happens.
Yeah, bro. I had an acai bowl and fucking peppermint water today at Creation on 3rd Street.
What is an acai bowl?
It is the whitest shit. I don't even know what an acai is.
It's from Brazil.
Ooh. Mrs. Claus knows
The berry, it's from the Amazon rainforest, and he blends it up with ice and put some bananas. It's a very healthy treat. The jiu-jitsu community is very into it.
Indeed. It gives you a lot of energy. There's normally granola, bananas, things like that inside of it.
Tastes like you're eating ice cream, pretty much, like sherbet.
Some of it has a lot of sugar
tastes
in
like
it.
ice cream bread, man. It tastes like a fucking acai bowl. Ice cream tastes
No, it tastes like sherbet. If you ever had it, it tastes like a fucking sherbet. It tastes like a fucking raspberry sherbet.
It has the texture of sherbet.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually like.
You can equate everything to an unhealthy food if you want.
Exactly.
It's still not healthy. Man. You know how much sugar's in that shit?
Y'all know pita bread tastes like pizza, right?
But it's fruit. It's natural sugar.
Yeah.
Whereas ice cream and sherbet is different types of
Yeah, the shit is good, bro, and
processed.
White people don't hit it on a lot of shit, but they hit it on that acai bowl shit.
Absolutely.
They hit it on the head.
No, we do. White people are good cooks, by the way. You don't count Italians as white in your.
Fuck no, that's ethnic.
Yeah, I agree.
White people can't do. I don't name a white dish that come from like
grilled cheese.
That's a good one.
That's a nigga dish.
Oh shit.
That's a nigga's dish.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers.
Cookies?
Hamburgers. That's a black dish.
The only thing white people can probably be credited with is goddamn tuna casserole.
Ugh. Tuna casserole.
Any type of casserole that's white as fuck.
T-bone steak.
I don't think I've had a casserole in 15 years.
T-bone steak sounds like a black guy too.
Hey, what's up, T-Bone? Hey, what's up, my nigga T-Bone?
No, you took that from the white people. Come on. I was in prison with a man named T-Bone Steak. So
Tony went to prison just for the showers.
That's right. I did. I go there and they're like, all right, you have to hit the showers. I'm like, how many bars of soap can you give me?
Right.
Because I want to drop it all. I'm going to drop soap like Red Band's jewel pen with a stripper on stage. Whoa!
Coming to the floor, I love to see your booty go.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Santa.
All I wanna
Thank
do
you,
is
Santa.
watch a moon
Thanks,
proceed
Santa.
with bananas.
There you go. Thank you, Santa.
What's my boy name? That nigga's a handsome white guy.
Say Dick.
Court McCowan.
Court McCowan, my name.
Good to see you, buddy.
What's up, doggy?
I'm doing good.
Nice teeth, full beard. I hope I have that much hair when I'm your age, dog.
Hell yeah.
Like when I was younger, I used to want to be white so I could do my hair like the little The Burt Reynolds, that shit.
Yeah. 78 years old.
Yeah.
You just wait.
Yeah. You probably like, honestly, because white people age bad because y'all had us in slavery, you probably like 36.
No, he was doing cocaine in the 70s.
Oh shit! So you might be older. You're a white dude that took it.
He actually knows the dad from Teen Wolf that we always talk about on the show.
Yeah, I always reference, like even tonight, I sort of see it in chroma crayon. I see the dad from Teen Wolf in a lot of people.
A little bit,
yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the
that's
basketball?
true.
We had a
Elf, how you doing back there, by the way? You having fun this episode?
Yeah. Fantastic, Tony.
Thank you. All right. Elf's hard at work, making toys for all the boys and girls. What's your favorite Christmas memory that you've ever had?
shit.
You know what? I'm gonna let you think about it. Let's check in with your brother in cursive, everybody, trying on some new clothes for us. Here he is. It's the great William Montgomery, everybody, with a new pair of shorts. Wow. No, you can't, William, you can't. No, you cannot. You can't talk. Shout out to Mike Peterson from Modesto. He loves these mesh shorts.
Right.
These are new mesh shorts. Oh my goodness! Wow, have you been doing something at all physically? Have you been working out? What have you been doing to work out? All right, well then do some push-ups for us. Here's some push-ups from William Montgomery proving. Oh, the hat goes backwards, and here he is. Wow, that's longer than everything else. There we go. Oh my goodness. Absolutely incredible. How about some sit-ups? Can you do sit-ups, William? Enough push-ups. How about some sit-ups? I think that's what would be really interesting to see. Here's William. He's going to try some sit-ups for us. Here he goes. Segueing seamlessly into sit-ups. This is a moment of truth here. We know the guy can do push-ups, but whoa, oh, yikes. He's only lifting up his head, really. Hold on. Everybody stop. That's enough music. William, wait a second. Only wait a second. What's that lump on the top of your head?
God, he does. He has a.
Have you always had that? No, forget about the ball.
No.
There's an lump.
Where his bald spot is, there's actually like a bubble.
Yeah, William, has that always been there? That's not specific.
That's a snow globe.
How long has that been there, William? Really?
Well, he never takes his hat off, so he might be right.
All right, there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody, with a little showing of the shorts. Go throw on another pair of shorts. We'll bring you back in a second.
I thought about it, bro.
Yeah.
So it was like 2002. I was
favorite Christmas
memory. It was like 2002. I was like in the 6th grade and shit. And my mom had bought me a computer, and this is when I found out Santa Claus wasn't real. Because
you take that back.
It was my favorite Christmas because I got a lot of shit, but it was also like heartbreaking because she couldn't figure out how to hook my computer up, so she had to call my uncle. So Christmas for me didn't start till like 1 p.m. And I was sad as shit. And then later on that day, she told me Santa Claus wasn't real, that she'd buy all the shit.
How old were you?
I was in 6th grade, so like, what, 11?
Damn. I have a story just like that. I asked for a computer. I think I've told this on here before, but I asked for a computer. All my friends had more money than me. They all had computers at their house, and like you'd go and you visit. You could barely do anything on computers at the time, but everybody else had one. I was the last kid to get one, and I asked for a real computer. Sure enough, this giant presence underneath the tree that morning, and I'm like, no fucking way. I think we did it. And I opened it up, and it was a monitor and a keyboard, and I noticed that there was like a printer attached to the keyboard part, like the back of the keyboard was a printer, and it was a word processor.
Oh yeah.
And you couldn't do a fucking thing on it. You couldn't upload, download. There was no games on it. It was literally just typed, and you could see what you were typing on the screen, and you had the choice to either print or not print, and that was it. It was a fucking whamboozle. I'd rather would have had nothing at all than this stupid fucking word.
Yeah, I got the same thing. I got the Texas Instrument. It was like a T computer that had nothing to do with internet.
My first computer was a Gateway. 20-inch monitor.
I used to work there.
Wow, I got Blue Lake Power Ranger toys. You guys' childhood sounds great.
bootleg.
They're from the swap meet. They were like Mexican Power Ranger toys. You guys are bitching about a word processor.
Mrs. Claus, why would you get bootleg Power Rangers toys? I thought you were hundreds and hundreds of years old. Bootleg Power Ranger toys.
Let's just say I saved her from a scarred past, Tony.
Were they like beige, fucking weird colors or what?
They're just saying they didn't fit right. You know, I got the gun that's supposed to click together and be the mega gun. It just, the pieces didn't really click in properly.
Vamos, Ranger!
Alright. David, fun times. Another fun appearance.
I'll be on I got an episode soon. I got an episode of a Concrete Podcast coming out soon. I'll be filming that in Tampa, so it'll probably be out in like a month.
Sweet.
Or 2 weeks. So yeah,
awesome.
doing that shit. Yeah.
David Lucas is funny, right?
David Lucas funny on IG. These niggas know who I am.
Of course. There he goes. The great David Lucas, everybody. You guys got word processors, and I got an 8-track player when I was in 6th grade. 8-track. Honest to God, I rather would have had the 8-track player, even in fucking 1990 or whenever it was that I got that thing, because it was just, all it forced me to do was my homework, which I hated more than anything.
It doesn't sound like that really did anything.
It didn't do a fucking thing. And you know what? In retrospect, and almost immediately, actually, I felt bad for my mom. You know, it was one of those things where it's like, fuck, where you really realize, like, oh, you're poor. You know, your mom, like, might not be that smart.
Could she see the disappointment in your face?
Dude, I mean, I like one of those things where you open it up and you're like, I would complain about it relentlessly. I mean, I was such an asshole.
I got a used typewriter 1 year, so word processor, not so bad.
I mean, I'm also fucking a legal resident of the United States.
You're right. The North Pole just got incorporated into America.
So I think it's different, right? Americans are supposed to get better Christmas presents than illegal immigrants with their rip-off Power Ranger toys.
Easy, Tony.
Homework is an unfair practice
your mustache like that.
on students.
We had some green to Santa Claus. He's Mexican all of a sudden. Green and an eagle.
Okay, I'm excited about this one. I got a message from this guy, and it was very, very compelling and interesting. I do believe this is his first time on the show ever. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise
unknown
for
amounts
Jeff
of time,
Ryan's, everyone.
family
Here's
issues
Jeff.
can cause difficulties. Not everybody has a two-parent family or a family at all. Some kids are homeless, and to expect that child to get their work done in the exact same amount of time as somebody with a stable family is unfair. And then to punish those children who don't have their schoolwork done is even more unfair. Homework is an archaic practice. All the schoolwork can be done over the course of 8 hours in a day. And the assigning of homework is just an outdated practice, especially in
my son
my
just recently got diagnosed with, I have 7-year-old twin boys, and one of them just recently got diagnosed with autism. And I feel like you got it from me, for obvious reasons, I feel like. Like sometimes, I don't know, like sometimes I live in the wilderness, like in a wilderness kind of area, and I'll just, I'll see a rabbit and I'll chase it, like simulate like a coyote chase, you know? Even make the sounds. Just chasing it. And I almost like, in my head, I'm thinking like, I'm probably saving this fucking thing's life, but also, I don't know.
Wow, Jeff Reyes. I love it. Honest to God, one of my favorite performances of the night so far. This is your first time doing stand-up?
Yeah, first time.
Wow, first time ever performing anywhere ever. And there's something about you that really sort of, I think, naturally commands people's attention. You don't really project, but it's not that you're underperforming. It is just the right amount to sort of get people to lean forward and really listen to what you're saying.
And very, very, very interesting life you're living right now. That's all true, right? Recently divorced this month?
No, not divorced. Sorry. And I think just right now, like how my voice almost cracked. That's why I don't project sometimes, because at a certain like level,
Rename
No, it's great. Like I said,
article something snappier. Like
we're still together. I mean, like we've been married for like together for since like 13 years, 12 years.
do we have any homework?
We just kind of separated like a month ago.
No,
but we're kind of still living together. It's still like very kind of mutual, like respectful, like it's still like.
Trust me, I get it. So it's been a month. What caused the separation, if any one thing particular? It just sort of grew apart over time?
I mean, yeah, I think that's it. I think we're both. I mean, we got like married pretty young.
Yeah.
She give you a word processor for Christmas.
This she did, on Valentine's Day. She did tell me I looked like Captain America, like kind of like soldier, I guess. Like, what the fuck? I think she meant to kind of like joke, but it kind of stung a little bit. It was like,
so how many kids do you have total?
Just twins. Yeah.
Just the twins. Were you surprised when you found out that you were having twins?
Yeah, we just, we just expected to have one, and they're identical, so it's just kind of like spontaneous experience.
Well, that's probably pretty stressful in a relationship, having twins, and now you said one's autistic, so that's...
Yeah.
And only one's autistic? Are we sure about this?
I think we don't know, but one of them kind of has like a lot of signs of it, and they're identical. They say like 80% of identical twins, like one has a diagnosis, but the other does.
Wow. So the other one's just not showing symptoms yet?
I mean, like some, but it's like I feel like not enough to maybe like impact them.
Right. What's the one that is autistic? What's he doing that is autistic?
He's gotten like a lot better, but he just kind of takes things like very literal. Like for sure, like whenever you like laugh, like he doesn't understand like the context. Like maybe like he does something cute, like or he says something kind of funny, right? And you laugh, he'll like swing or even. She's got the little better like hitting.
Oh, okie dokie. So yeah, that's that.
But he's also like he just like he can like play with Legos and just like hum to himself for like 3 hours, just like. Just kind of
wow, easily entertained, the kind of kid that you could give a bunk ass Power Ranger to, and he'd be able to have fun with it for a while. That's fun. And anything like that. Ooh, Christmas tree is a question.
Yeah, bright side of the separation, 2 Christmases. So yeah.
That's great. Double the tree. Could have twins, twin trees. So you guys sleeping in 2 separate bedrooms or something like that?
Yeah, kind of like where we live. There's like our house is kind of a separate kind of loft, so it kind of works because as long as we're not like killing each other, we can like. Cause I think that's maybe like why it hasn't worked or didn't. We're both like special ed teachers.
Oh wow! What are the odds of that? 2 special ed teachers.
That's good.
And you have autistic twins. Look at that. That's like hitting the special lottery.
It's bringing your work home.
Do you have any?
Give it up for Mrs. Claus for that joke.
What did she say?
Yes.
Bring your work home.
Oh yes, exactly. Christmas tree. Go ahead.
Do you have any special ed moves in the bedroom?
Yeah, special bed.
Some good mode.
She's like, spit on my back, and you're like, all slobbered.
Oh my goodness! Why would she ask him to spit on her back?
Kink.
Frightening.
You say you live in the wilderness. Do you like? Is that true? Do you live in like a forest?
Not the wilderness. It's more just kind of like the foothills. But I mean, we get like it's really right up against the kind of like the wilderness. So we get like rattlesnakes, like coyotes, like.
So special ed, you got the kids, you're separated. What do you like to do for fun? How do you escape from it all?
I mean, I'm a big like hooper, like basketball player.
Oh shit!
I mean, I was playing like daily, like at the gym, but just like once it got shut down.
You said you're a hooper, so I really believe you. You don't have a basketball in your car, do you?
I thought about bringing one, but then I was like 22 maybe dribble here, and I was like,
that would have been so awesome.
I mean, I'm not a great dribbler.
Man, I wish you had a basketball. Anybody have a basketball on?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I like to draw a lot, graphic design.
Oh, that's cool. That's fun. But basketball, my guess here, I'm looking at you. I know a little bit about sports. My guess is that you're a real hustler out there on the court. Am I correct?
Yeah,
you're a point guard.
I have to depend on the hustle because of athletic.
Of course, but I mean, my guess is that you're extremely good and you surprise people on the court.
Yeah, I think like when I play against like people, they're like, oh, like that white boy's not showing us.
Right, last pick. And then next thing you know, you're doing a layup right in fucking T-Bone Jackson's face. Okie dokie. That's fun. What was your childhood like?
Just like a mess, kind of filled. Just divorced, kind of like parents. I think both parents were married and like divorced 3 times a piece.
Right.
Did you get any off-brand toys for Christmas?
No, it was all like name brand.
That's right, I got you.
Very interesting.
Yeah, where were you during my fucking Christmas? What?
So now you're recently separated. You think your wife's banged anybody yet?
No, like we haven't like really like kind of like talked about that. I mean, my therapist, like I've been like in therapy recently,
right?
And like she was
She?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Could she be? You ever think about having sex with your therapist? You ever get the case of the Tony Sopranos?
It's not like that.
It's not like that.
It ain't like that.
No?
But I mean, I asked her, and she was like, "Can I ask you something? Have you ever been faithful?" And I was like, "No, like I haven't." She was like, "Well, never
something
cheated."
like,
I was like, "It's like, which is true.
to
I
the
have never."
age-old question that has been asked
Well, you might
for
want to cheat when you see the incredible styles of William Montgomery in new
decades, if
shorts.
not
Here we go.
centuries. Tell me,
Here he comes.
do we have any homework? The answer is no.
Here
Period.
he is. This
Not
is
tonight.
incredible.
Period.
Oh, wow.
Not tomorrow. Period. Not ever. Period.
Khaki shorts on this one. This is for all of you that are into
Enjoy your
what would you do if you walked
day.
in to your
Period.
place and your wife was having sex with this? Oh my God.
I would submit.
Be nice.
Submit.
There you go. What would you do to him if he walked in on you having sex with wow, you would his butt? Oh my goodness. If you were William, I have a question for you. Let's say you had sex. Let's say you were having sex with his butt, and you felt the urge to have an orgasm. Where would you finish? Where would you finish? Where would you shoot your shot, William? There you go. Very honest answer there by William Montgomery. He would pull out and shoot on your back. Oh my goodness. William's got a lot of energy right now.
Those are very aggressive shorts he has on right now. It's a very good. Well, I think that the gym shorts were with the elastic made you a little bit less, a little calmer. I think the button is riled him up.
All right, there he goes. William Montgomery with another new pair of shorts. He's going to be back out again soon, any moment now. If they wrote a book about you, Jeff, what would be one of the most interesting fun facts about you? Like something that you've done or something that you've accomplished or perhaps a special skill other than basketball or something like that? Like something, a real fun fact. Perhaps you saved somebody's life before or something like that?
I did. There was a kid's birthday party a few years ago, and there was like a goat. Like it was choking. It was like a petting zoo.
Yeah.
Somehow he had like kind of.
The goat was choking?
Yeah, the goat was choking. He had like a collar on.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
PTSD right there. So it was like, so he was choking, and then this girl, like they put like some like 15-year-old girl in charge, and she came inside the house like in tears. The goat. And we went out there. The thing was like foaming out of the mouth. It's like eyeballs were kind of like bulged out of its head.
Oh my God.
I had like a knife, but it was just so tight, and I was like, holy shit. And then I realized there was just like a little clip there. The goat was fine. He was kind of like, was just like laying with his tongue out for like 10 minutes, and he got up.
Wait, what was the clip?
It was like those little push clips, I don't know, like on a collar.
Oh, so the collar was too tight?
Yeah, he just twisted it around like,
oh my God.
It was pretty scary, but I was pretty proud of myself. And I celebrated with like a double-double.
Hey, there you go. Look at that. Saved a goat's life. Get yourself a hamburger.
No, he got rebounds and points.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well, Jeff, thank you so much. Very compelling story and an excellent set for your first time ever.
I'm a huge fan of you guys. I appreciate you guys kind of putting on the show during this pandemic because it's like a lot of people like me look forward to it. So
I love it. Well, congratulations for a fan of the show. Oftentimes they come in here and they struggle with the set, they struggle with the interview, but this was awesome. Very compelling stuff. I hope you'll come back and do it again sometime.
For sure.
There he goes, the great Jeff Reyes, everybody. On to the next one we go. Hey, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, all right, we're in for a special treat right now. The name that I just pulled out of the bucket is the stuff that legends are made out of. This is this guy's first appearance on the show since or during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been wanting it, and now you have it. This is the return of Kill Tony icon, Mikey McKernan, everybody. Here he is.
Thank you.
Mikey McKernan, everybody.
I like to text women you up, but I do in the morning to see which ones like to sleep in. I don't like to travel because you always have to meet a rival. They're there every time. They say it doesn't cost anything to be narcissistic, but I'm pretty sure you have to pay a few selfies, and then I go boo-ha. Was hanging out with my folks during quarantine. Dad told me about how they met. My dad had a mattress store next to my mom's meat market. They humped, opened a sandwich shop. True story. They got married right in front of the chip stand. They had to exchange onion rings. Had to read a lot of conspiracy theories to get out of the house today. Great to be here. I like to find people who are more freaked out than I am. You know what conspiracy theorists clean their ears out with? Q-tips. I'm still doing it.
I love it. Doing it and doing it strong. Great. Mikey McKernan.
I forgot how much I missed it.
The return of Mikey. And we got the trademark. This was not like going to a Pink Floyd concert and wondering if they're going to play Comfortably Numb. He did it, and he did it throughout his set. The famous boo-ha from Mikey.
I have to, forever.
That's what the people want. You're giving them what they want. That's how you fucking sell tickets, my friend.
Is that your merch? Because if so, that's awesome.
Oh, no, shout out to Todd Smith. This is his own company.
It looks like you. Super cool. I have a question for you. Sometimes I get shit on the internet because people will be like, "Oh, come on, they were joking, and you asked them about their joke, and like, of course it's a joke." But I have to know, was any part of that mom and dad meeting story true? Did he really have a mattress store? Was she really at a meatball? What'd you say?
Meat market store. That is a true story.
Wow. Did they really start a sandwich shop?
They sure did.
Wow. Did they really get married there?
They had married right in front of the chip stand.
Wow. My mind is blown, and I'm so glad I asked. That you could have very easily been like, no, that was a joke, Tony, and then I look like an asshole, but
I got to stop telling lies with boo-ha, so I find a real one.
That is incredible. Grew up in a sandwich shop.
I was actually not born yet, so...
What, did they get rid of the sandwich shop once they had you?
No, they had... My dad picked up my mom when she had 3 kids with an idiot, and they had 3 more kids. I just actually found out that we have a sister. They actually did not tell us that their firstborn they gave up for adoption. 40 years later, over quarantine, 23andMe.
Well, I'm sure there's some young lady out there just taking orders at a restaurant and going, boo, ha, boo.
They are, they tell me.
Where was your sister born? New Delhi?
There you go.
So the sister just did 24andMe and found?
Yeah.
Wow. So have you met her yet? Or
yeah, she looks like me. It's weird as fuck.
Wow, that's
crazy. My parents didn't tell us for 40 years. They've been holding on that guilt. So after that happened, I was like, all right, you better tell us the truth now. Like, what else is going on out there? Where's the money buried?
Did they give you any other information?
No, that's it.
That's it. Just a sister.
Yep.
What a crazy Star Wars-like twist that is. Sister.
You have a sister.
So, what have you been doing during the pandemic? You have a lot of energy. You were working at Bubba Gump. What's going on now?
Lame shit. I've actually, funny you bring up Star Wars, I've actually read all the novels in Star Wars canon during quarantine. Shout out to the Curbside Library.
Wow, that's incredible. What do you do when you're reading books? Are you normally laying in bed? You listen to music?
Right now I'm sitting in my car with the AC on because you can't really hang out anywhere. I don't like to read at home.
Right.
So it's very depressing.
Yeah? What's your home situation like?
I'm actually about to move out, but I got a house, a couple guys.
Okay. Why are you moving out?
We got one guy leaving, and then the other one was like, I don't want to be here either. So I'm like, all right. So I'm probably going to have to go home for a minute.
Where's home?
Rancho Cucamonga.
Whoa, Rancho Cucamonga. What do you? That sounds like something Joel would know a lot about. What do you know about Rancho Cucamonga? Okay, good lord. Really leaning on that one. Okay. Rancho Cucamonga is what? An hour east?
Empire? Yeah.
Yep. Anything that you miss about Rancho Cucamonga?
Just the fridge door water. You get water from the fridge door. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing for a long time.
Wow, for Christmas one year, I got a fridge door.
Little things, okay?
Absolutely incredible. What a piece of...
Give it up for Mrs. Claus.
There you go, yes.
My sweetums.
There you go. Wow. Mikey, how about your love life? What's that been like throughout this pandemic?
Nothing
Really?
at all, yeah.
That surprised
There might be somebody, but we'll see.
Uh-oh. What is this? Did you just start dating? Are you about to go on a date? Someone that you just have your eyes on? Someone that you're looking at through binoculars?
Gone on a couple dates, but, it's during quarantine. You're just,
Right. So you've gone on dates. Where have you gone on dates?
Just walked around the beach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
because I'm not going to invite anybody to go to places and stuff like that. So being outside.
Wow. So how does it happen? Something like that? You meet her and then you're like, hey.
You just try to be funny.
Okay. You do the boo-haws to her?
She already knows about it. She actually saw me on this show. So
she saw you on this show.
Yeah.
See, that's okay. This is getting more and more interesting. It's sort of something that I was half fishing for, hoping that maybe we helped this union come together a bit. She's a fan of Kill Tony?
Yeah.
All right, this is a keeper, dude. Right now, this is a class act.
Does she claim she's a nanny but really works at a strip club?
Uh-oh.
No, I'm not that lucky.
Oh, okay. Right.
Is she a comedian? Or
she is a comedian.
Whoa! We're finding out more. Okay. It's on now.
Dun, dun, dun.
She's been on the show.
Oh, she's been on the show.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Do you ever show her your bits? Oh,
Dun, dun, dun.
She's lucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta take it slow.
You gotta take it slow.
like a good Christian boy. Very much.
Very interesting.
I don't believe in that, but yes.
Right. You worship the devil himself.
Hail Satan.
You read Star Wars novels and you worship the devil. All right. Well, this has been fun, Mikey. Anything else crazy we need to know about? Anything else happening in life?
No, that's about it. Doing comedy outdoors, not online.
Right. Court, have you ever seen Mikey before?
I haven't seen Mikey. I like Mikey a lot. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
Solid.
Rock solid boo-haws and beats, my friend. Well wishes to you. We love you, Mikey.
so
Come
much.
back
Stay safe.
again soon. There he goes. The great, the powerful.
I like the personality.
Dreaming of all.
There you go.
Christmas.
We're knocking out one more real quick. Here he comes. It's Brandon Beaterstead, everybody. Here comes Brandon. Shut up. Here he is, Brandon Beaterstead.
What's up?
Here's Brandon Beaterstead, everybody.
Have you guys ever seen a redheaded guy that's losing his hair and just been happy for him? You gotta think that a balding ginger's just getting his soul back. Found out earlier this week that I'm related to Elizabeth Warren. I know what you're all thinking. How? The quarantine has been hard for me. The love life has been bad. Every day of quarantine, I get more horny and less fuckable. I've been talking to my ex-girlfriend. I'm actually wearing a shirt right now that my ex-girlfriend got me. She wasn't a good fit either. My work has these signs that say, stay 6 feet away from each other or 1 jump rope's length. I think a better rule is I would like 4 jump ropes between me and anyone that uses a jump rope as a unit of measurement. And those people should be 60 jump ropes from a Chuck E. Cheese. Thank you very much.
Brandon Beaterstead. Doing jokes. He's got jokes, folks. Welcome back, Brandon Beaterstead. Very fun stuff.
Thanks. Most of them are new.
Yeah, that's great. The redheaded balding, getting your soul back jokes, great. Elizabeth Warren, great. fun stuff. I've never heard of the jump rope thing before.
I think I don't know. They printed it from the CDC, so I think it's like a thing. But
where do you work?
I work at a YouTube production company called FB.
Okay, what do you do there?
I'm a production coordinator.
Wow, with a belly button ring. Is that correct? That's you? You're the belly button ring guy?
I am the dude with the belly button ring.
I gotta let Court McCown see this. General Bogus, you might zoom in on this.
I've got a different one. I wouldn't wear the same one 2 times in a row. I want to real quick shout out the Oakland Raiders, undefeated, baby. Let's fucking go.
Wow. It's a real belly button
This
ring.
is the Oakland Raiders dangly.
Oh my God, it's an Oakland Raiders belly button ring?
Yes.
Oh my God, it was stuck in his belly.
That happens.
Oakland Raiders fans be like, hey fool, what's up with that? Eh?
Can we zoom in any farther? Is that as good as okay? That's as close as we can get, but that is a real Oakland Raiders.
Dude, they're the
It is
toughest
so fucking gross to look at it.
Cholos look green your ass. It really is.
Dude, absolutely.
Looks like a jewel hanging out of an asshole.
Also,
there's a hair on it.
Something.
it looks meaty.
Disgusting.
Is your underwear inside out as well?
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is.
Without a doubt. A lot of
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the problem with your dating might start in the belly button ring.
How is your love life right now?
So the last time I was here, we talked about the fuck shack.
That's right. How'd that go?
It went well. We looked at it. We since then have stopped talking. It's we broke up recently because she wants to be a stripper, actually.
Right. Wait, you're the girl that you really liked is now getting into the stripping industry?
That's what she's telling me, yeah. But
wow.
And you're not down with that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to be dating someone who's stripping currently now. Yeah, she left. It's fine. We can say whatever.
It's okay, General Bogus. You can let them in. Everything's okay over there. You don't have to kick those people out. These are all.
You probably inspired her to strip with your belly button.
Thank you, Christmas tree.
Well, if she wants. She straight up said to me, she's like, "Will you pay my rent, or should I start stripping?" And yeah, I'm not gonna pay her for her fucking rent. So.
Unlike these belly button rings aren't gonna pay for themselves.
What an interesting maneuver, and what a weird position to put someone in. Are you going to pay my rent, or should I start stripping? I think she's bluffing. It sounds like a bluff to me. Anybody agree with me on that?
I agree with that.
Right. It just sounds like a straight up
seems
bluff.
like, oh, what do you want me to be, a stripper? Pay my rent.
Right. That's
she's
done some she said, I'm going to pay my rent or I'm going to work at CVS. That's not what she said. She's like, pay rent.
This isn't the first time she's dipped her toe in the stripping world, so I believe her.
Well, there's no stripping right now anyway, so.
No, and that's why she wants to be a topless maid instead.
Oh my goodness gracious. So what type of chest does she have? Are people even going to be excited?
I'd give it a B cup. B cup.
So what are we talking about?
I like her tits, but no, I'm not paid.
What about her cleanliness?
Cleaning? How about that?
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
She better be a good maid.
Trust me.
What up, big dog? Oh, I think everybody deserves a second chance. Yep. For sure. He pissed on a girl like 20 years ago. Doug, they're going to let Ghislaine Maxwell out and allow her to perhaps be pardoned. So if they're willing to do that, nothing surprises me at this point. No. Except you, with your bullshit mini golf play. What do I feel about gay Pornhub in Australia? I know that probably like caused you major sadness. Is that how you feel? All right. Zoo, what are your thoughts on Bonnie Blue? Okay, but like, are you in love with her? Okay. Yes, sir. What about him? Oh, for sure. Do you have any other questions? No, I think that's tight. Word, dog, don't you? Okay, what if they don't have the money? Shouldn't there be some kind of system that allows other people to freeze themselves as opposed to this random system that we currently live in? Okay. What did you like about it? Okay. What did you think about the scene with his dog? Why didn't they freeze the dog? Why didn't they freeze the dog? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. So you're not making sense logically, son. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, that's funny. I mean, actual statements 1 and 2. All right, Zoo, are you ready to lose? All right, if you don't answer, then I'm not gonna fucking send the invite. All right. I guess we're not gonna play then. Shout out to Zoot. No, you didn't answer, man. You gotta pay attention. I'm not on the app right now. I'm watching a podcast. Because I do other things than just be on Play-Doh, big man. What up, pimp? No, you're terrible at it. You're one of the worst basketball players in the history of the game, son. 8 ball. And you lost? What up, pimp? You asked me this question too much. Go back to my old streams, you'll be able to see. What'd you say, big man? Maybe within the next 50 years. What's the thing, Zoot? Is that what's going to happen? I agree. Are you ready to lose? Okay, now I'm going to tell you this right now. If you fuck around and you're not paying attention, we're done. Do you understand? All right, this is Zoo. This is 8 ball 1-1. Normal scoring. I mean, do I die if I am the first person on Mars? Why, of course? There's nothing obvious about that question. Because you could have a suit that could protect you. Haven't you ever seen The Martian? Dog, are you watching these shots? What about mind uploading technology, son? Are you sure? How do you know? Okay, that doesn't that doesn't necessarily affect the internet speed. No, unless you consider its moons. Unless you consider its moons to be satellites. Dog, before the late 1950s, there weren't any satellites on Earth. What a miss, Zoot. Zoot, are you proud of your? It's generally unnamed. Where is it? It's in low Earth orbit. Zoot, are you proud of that shot? It's a good question. It's still in low Earth orbit. Zoot, are you watching this? Did you just see that? Zoot, did you just see that? Zoot, did you see this? Oh man, I can't hit that ball in. Zoot, you kind of fucked me. You know that? What? Too soon to call, baby. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just a smart person who understands governments occasionally and legally lie to the public. It's obvious. It is obvious. If you look at it and look at the evidence, it's obvious. Like, I'm not a denier of anything. If anything, I am a denier of lies. Don't label yourself as that. If anything, you just are asking questions. That's the argument. Argument. Dude, you know you kind of fucked me. Dude, you haven't gotten a single ball in. Perhaps someday. Not, to my knowledge, not with the current unclassified or declassified technology, no. Perhaps with classified technology, absolutely. Dude, I want you to roll off. I want you to focus. I want you to really focus and get every single one of these in. And I want you to win. Oh, that was beautiful. Dude, you need 4 more. You need 4 more balls. Come on, dude, you can do it. This would be the biggest comeback in the history of the game. Folks, he's going for the biggest comeback in the history of pool. Zoot, focus. Zoot, focus. Wow. That has to be the best shot in the game. Zoot. Zoot, for the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, the greatest comeback in the history of the game. He comes 1 inch short. And he sets me up for the easiest. And I blew it. Zoot has the biggest comeback in the history of the game. What's your big news? Fuck no. James McCann. Jim Jeffries. Adam Rife. Matt Rife. Is he American? Is he Steve Irwin's son? Robert Irwin? Who the fuck is that? Oprah. Yeah. Like. Okay. That's baller. Wow, how did they get to meet so many cool people? Oh, for that thing? That's tight. Are we watching it together? Are you excited for that? Why are they gonna not be good? Because what? Oh yeah, no doubt. Everybody knows that. Yep. And all right, and then we're done. This game sucks. It's really bad. Should I go for the Full House? Do I do the five or do I do the? Because I never get the bonus. Yeah, but chances of doing that are wild. You had a small straight. Why would you do that? What are you doing? No, dog. I'm playing amazingly. Why does it suck? Are you going Full House? No. No. You got the large straight. Large straight. I'm watching. Are you proud of that? No. Yes. Incorrect. It was 3 times. Oh, I already have it 4 times? Chance? So it's looking like you're going to lose. It looks like you're going to lose. Thanks, big man. A full house, a large straight of 5x. That's big time, dude. 20. Potentially. No way, you still might beat me. Full house. I know. How? No. What's easier for? How are you in front? I have to get a full house here. It all comes down to this. Gotcha. It's over, baby. No way you're getting it 5 times. It's over. This game is over. I got you. It's over, baby. Chance. I don't know. All right, we're leaving it at that. Come back later. Feels marvelous. It's in the profile. Click on your profile. Edit profile. What are you going to write? Yeah, exactly. Right there. Say something here. All right, so say something there. Oh, do you think that's witty? So do you know that I'm champion? Yes. Do you really think you can? Who knows? What did you roll on the first goal, Zoot? Go, Zoot. Are you proud of that? What 5 times? Are you proud of that? Zoot, did you watch the newest Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar? He was on this week, dog. Because he has an amazing movie that came out on Amazon. What's up, Zoot? Absolutely. The future of humanity is of extreme need to know why you're as bad at mini golf as you are. Dude, did you? So you got like 150 points? Why not? So do you feel that you are one of the top 5 best players at Dice Party in the world? Yeah, but maybe I'm the top 5. Did you get 150 points? What's your what's your all-time high, Biggie Smalls? Dice Party. Are you sure? No way. That would mean you'd have to get what? How much do you get? 150 if you get double 5s or whatever? You really think you got that? What happened, Zoo? Zoo, what happened? Zoo, what happened? What did you do? Why didn't he let you play? Zoo, why didn't it let you play? Why didn't it let you play, Zoo? Why weren't you fast enough? Dog, don't use that word. Are you ready for a question?
based. You only have two signatures, and people understand between the lines what happened. That one of the day on the custom file. So the car says, they give up based in custom. 1 second. Maybe it's Facebook that you use. They'll say, what's a Facebook? Watch this. Shmuel says that he got you. You can have two practice days. After we got his days, and the Shalipa days in Chotzi. Shmuel says they're called the Facebook days. So technically speaking, you have the days that have two days. But the day adjudicates standards, they call it 28 days. See, so they come and say, here's the problem. So basically, you have a document that says this certification that says this certification is on the presence of days. People who have two signatures, people say, oh, so you see from here that one, based of 2 months, and based of 2. It's called the flexibility based in, which we also the same day, they deal with that Nahashi. It says the document used the wording of based in, like the based of Rabbi Rothschild, Rashi, look at Rashi, Rashi right across, Kibeki, Beki, and Rabbi Rothschild, or the Twitter of Ichu, or your Rosh Shiva, or Rasim of himself. You have done that right, so the Amari Shmaited, the Bada, Beki, and Rashi, not to us. You're adding some type of verbiage that essentially says this based operates in accordance with the standards of what they did. Like this based operates the basic of Ramashi. And therefore, what you're doing is you're certifying that this was a basic of what? A basic of two. This happened to be one that they are died before they decided to die. The Ishmael says, I will never do that one of them. Rashi, give a Shmuel here. They sit there, but I'm a mother, not Rashi. They say, maybe you be able to Shmuel, but ultimately I get a basic of 2. Ultimately, we work as well, which again, the document says, well, I'm a mother, not Rashi. She says, is that okay, right? The Kayyuray, the faith of Rashi, the faith is equal. So I say, in other words, they have it. So, no, not realizing this will not be guidance of the Rashi. Yeah, it was Allah for the Maisa. There has to be something in the document indicating that is based and operated in accordance with the standards that we did, which only is what they do. So I will say, but it's not really something that's really huge notice for the fire. Again, we were present for the actual certification. One who died before the sign actually did the field certification. You see it, like with the team. Because by saying with the team was really with the queen, but I love the license, there has to be some type of verbiage in the sign something indicates this was done in God's will. This was done in accordance with proper things. It was like Mishnah. Fascinating Mishnah. Elisha Shemra, Elisha Shemra, the Elisha money. Namaris, let's listen to this. Woman comes in front of the days. And here's what she says. She says, I was married, and now I'm divorced. I was married, but now I'm divorced. So I say, what's that about? And then she's believed, why? Shabash, Azrabash, and I say, so this is again, another question. Which is, if you come in the basement and you provide information and we do not know out, then what? You are believed to qualify that information as well. They will say, what's the logic of it? It's a legal. What's the legal? What's the legal? You could have said nothing at all. You could have said nothing at all. So a woman comes into Beis Din, she says, I was married, and now I'm divorced. What do you say? What do you say? Okay. In other words, fine. We believe you. But we did not know you were married. So now that you told us, you gave us the information. My passion also love passion. You assert yourself, so to speak, by saying that you are married woman. Now you're winning yourself by saying that's why divorce. We believe you. We believe you. However, however, if there are witnesses that she was married, he all knows Yusha. And now she says, no, but my husband divorced me. She's not, you know, saying she's not believing me. She's not believing me without reducing something. Because I will say, in this case, remember again, that is as an Isha's ish is independently established through this. And therefore, a mere word is enough to change that status. Similarly, Amram, Ishmael told us in this case. She says, I was taken captive, but I was not violated by the captors. She is believed. Why? She also was also her again. We had no idea what she was being captive. So again, she's providing us the information that she was taken captive. Therefore, she is believed to qualify. However, in the Ishmael Shalishmas, the Omer is Torah. Ain't no evidence. But I was saying, however, if there are even that say that she was taken captive, but she claims it was not violated, she's not believed. But I say why? Because remember again, we assume that Siyam should be regularly taken captive is violated by the captors. So if her Shmuya status is independent corroborated, she is not believed by herself to qualify. So there was the same cases. She says, well, he did how does it look to takes that. However, if she be married and then this is coming, she does not have to leave her husband. So let's say it is not clear at all what that line of which was referring to. So let's say, here we go. Let's say it's incredible. Amar Rabbi Yossi, Minayim Abed. Shots are actually in there. Incredible. We've been talking about this for 3 months. Nice man to give us the life. Anyway, how can we know the concept of Pesha Asya Pesha? I don't know that idea that if I be purveyor of information, if I am the source of the information, I am the information as well. So now, Shema as meeting the Sakarish as a shop. Listen to this. This is talking about the honor, the vanity, my water. And I say this is a situation where the husband claims that she was not in the Surah. She was not in the Surah. So listen to the person. As meeting a Sakarish as a shop. The father says, I have given my daughter to this man as a wife. So you must watch this. What's happened? You wish, but the father says, I've given her to this man, Asra. He has community with daughter, that Azad, the Tila. This is what I'm saying. That's interesting. What he says, when the father says, I've given my daughter in marriage, she becomes Asura to everyone. Is that the bad statement? I don't know if she's done. Then when the father says Hazeh to this man, she becomes permitted to this man and Asura to everyone else. So listen, interested or suggesting that the source of Hapesh Asar Wahan Shahid. The father answers her to everyone by saying Anagara. She doesn't tell us what Anagara. She's Asur to everyone, and now he permits her to the next and whom he identifies as her husband. Fascinating. To which the Gemara says, understand, Lamalika. The Jews will say, you don't need a I say, or Pesha, Asra, Pesha, why not? Svaram, you're Asra. You Sharile. And we'll say, Pesha, Asra, Pesha, is just this Svaram. And I will say, in fact, it's a meat. Oh, yeah, it makes totally, you don't need it. That's what it wasn't. You are the only source of information, and you could have kept quiet and did not share it. But you choose to divulge that by definition, we both have your qualifications as well. It's svara. It's svara, to which the Gemara says, Ella, Kitzvika, you're right, of course. That's right. So as it turns out, the fact shows up actually if there's a svara, not a blessing. I svara is the most important. So it says it is. So it's very clear that you have to have the Amara, also the positive is that you say yes. We now know how Shnei Allah says, how do I know that I'm has the ability to answer his daughter. So what does that mean? I don't know that his father, but the father has the ability. Ultimately, again, to answer his daughter to everyone else in the world. Which the Lord says, Shemema is speaking as not the Ish. Because the Lord says, I'm giving my daughter to a man. In that moment when he says that statement before the fight, that the man he's given his daughter to, Allah what is he done? He's answered his daughter to everyone in the world. Because in that moment before he says Azad, Allah again, she's answering to everyone. Azad, so what do I need? Ultimately again. To the Azad. So the Gemara says, why do the so the Rashi Shnema that's how Biko, Kishikana Nana, Shimyodil Kachi, Gamina Gaushi, the name Ship Allah Kidash Yola Komi, Shunama Lason. So what's the reference as follows? General, a father is believed to say, I was Mahadish my daughter to a particular time. He's believed. Why is he believed to say that? That comes from his cousin. His Biti Nasati Leish. The father is believed to say, I have given my daughter over in marriage to son. What I need to ask that for, so if I need to ask that son, and I go to Biti Nasati Leish. Hazad, the only God. So it's very interesting. But ultimately, again, we claim the lack of ultimately, again, cannot come with God. Okay, interesting. Here we go. 4 cases. A woman says, I was married. So it's a very exciting sugya, We actually just learned the source of that Shah, actually ending. We thought it was a pasuk. It's not a pasuk. What is it? Svara. Which of the same thing has been premised and operated on already since the beginning of the surah. Here we go. Asia Shahra, Asia Shahra. The Khazra Ba'abra, Kaduya Ali. Me'amaris. So the Gemara says, if a woman says, I'm married, she claims I'm married. And then she says, no, I'm single. Well, she's believed. Again, as you see, that Shah said that she lived there. 2 stars, 1 second. Ba'ashadi. And now she left the Surah. It wasn't learned again in concept that you can change your own status. When she says, I'm married. It wasn't she conveys upon herself or confers upon herself to be able to create status. So why is she just permitted to just flippantly change that? To which the Gemara says, what's happening over here? But let's say when she is a Muslim is an excuse or explanation. But we'll say what? What's happening over here? She makes a claim of a married woman, and then she turns around a little bit later. She's going to see them and say, hey, what's up? What's up? And she explains why she said what she said. That gives she is believed. So the Gemara says, I don't know. So that's important. This Amr H's Ishaq. The Chazar of Amr Hiyamani. Abraham evidence. If a woman says, I'm a married woman, and then she turns around and she says that I'm single, she's not believed. Because once she says she's a married woman, she's conferred upon herself a status of Isser. She's not then believed to say, no, I'm not married. However, because the Hamas, the first one on the bottom, means if she provides an excuse or an explanation of the words, then she's believed. But let's say, gives a story. Listen to this. The vice Shahas Gedola, Shahas Gedola Video was this goodness. It was once a very beautiful woman. And she was beautiful, and she looked beautiful, and she also was chashuv. She had status. What happened? The cops who are there when they on the couch. But we did that just on it. So what happened? So they were obviously very interesting. And they were very celebrated. And she kept saying to these men, oh, I'm sorry. I'm making connections. So what are you doing? And a little while later, right to our right coming, under the kitchen's husband. Those are by the way, you see, because the Russian was very interesting. Kitchen's husband. Kitchen's husband is what? She decided he was going to become precious. This was an assertive woman about pressure, right? So no one was even encouraging her. She was allowing herself a huge Choliasma. She was giving herself huge. To the point over here, a little while later over here, that she has Kedusha. So what's going on? So the Gemara says, I'm marrying this last husband. What's going on? How become Kadeshus now? People who are jewelry Kadeshus. I'm going to be Kadeshus. Before the suitors, you guys were coming to me, we're not the worthy husbands. We're not the worthy husbands. So I didn't want to work more spirit. Or say, partnership. So what did I say? I said, I'm conscious. Sorry, David. I'm Shab Shabala. I'm not taking Kadeshus. But now I'm Hashem, and I'm better prospects, right? Better she do him. So now I allowed myself to accomplish myself. So I say so. So the Gemara says, hopeful. So now so I'll say, so this is an example of a where a person says something, then changes, right? A person says something which sets their status a certain way, then says the opposite. If they give it a masla, they give an explanation, then we accept the qualification. And this was a Salam or Al-Aqam. The Sarabira, whether had a book from the Musha, the Amr, the Masla, a Masla, the Yara, nowadays, they can each use an Masla for the words. Ultimately, she is, so we'll say, she is the halacha. So we'll say, we have a lot of different things happening. So first of all, we have Pesha Asar Pesha Hitim. Right, so we'll say, so remember again, Pesha Asar Pesha Hitim will say is, you give information, you're believed to qualify that information. That's case one. And I will say that's different than the case we're doing now. What are we doing now? Where a person says one thing and then what? Says the opposite. So we'll say, Ashas or Ashantir is, the woman says, I was married, but now I'm divorced. Those are not contradictory things. Not contradictory things. That's a narrative. That's a narrative. So if she's the one who introduces the information to us, she's going to qualify. That's just a Beshetia. Do we know that? Slow. It is two of us says, what she goes up and she says, I'm married. And then she says, I'm single. Now she's saying contradictory things. Contradictory things. So we'll say in general, if a person says contradictory things, what do we do? Contradiction? We ignore it. But say no. Shabi Arashim in Surah, what you said first established. You can't just simply put that switch off. However, if the person provides an explanation as to why now they're providing contradictory statement about themselves, then what? So a woman said, I'm married. And then she says, I'm single. You say, no, you say you're married. Shut. أقل الأشياء خفيفة بيسوي that same house in the language. I was now well, say no, I said I was married because at the end of the day I was getting propositioned by these guys for marriage, and that was suitable person. So I just wanted them off my back. That's why I said I was married. I don't really got married. that I'm asking. Vocês como é que podem expor a minha obra de meio a mim, because of the obra de horror on the você interesting things. What happens if a woman says to her husband, I'm an ego, I'm to bail, and then she turns around and she says, I'm Tahora, I'm not an ego. What's the happening? So I'm like, after this, it must not, I must not have days into the yes, okay, so what's like, again, it's the same other one. If she gives a muscle, if she gives an explanation, in other words, so you say you're an ego, now you say you're not an ego. Okay, so just what's going on? So if there is a legitimate explanation for this, then I mean, that's fine. So come to our ones and say, yeah, so it's a shit. We'll learn this halakha 40 times. The Gemara says, well, did not accept this halakha when it came to his own circumstances. I will say, what are his own circumstances? He really closest, he's actually mentioned the closest. He says, Shmuel that could give him assistance. Shmuel wasn't in relation to his wife. Unrelated to me, she said, I'm going to go. The next thing she said to her husband, I'm going up. I'm going to go to lay up. So I'm going to lay up. You don't know. So he says, what's going on yesterday? He said, you're an ego. Today you're not an ego. I'm going to ask more on this ego. What did she answer? She said, I was tired. I was dying. So when I was tired, I just thought it was too difficult to get for explanation. I just let it go. Then once that I started doing some of the things, what's that? What was her Shmuel's life is an open book for us. Series of these was an active man that association. We go on for this and show them. And that's what I'm thinking right now. I show them why. This is like, it's an archaeology. It's funny. Life is a book. Something like that. And it's like to the days that show them. And it's like, what my life is red. It discussed. Right. It's one day. It was intimate. And it's all there. My family's there. Everyone else is there. And everyone, like, if we are, let's say, it's such a surpass skill. Make sure that we say easy guys. What is the closest it's not the face on the face. Or the face that show mellow. I'm going to give it's hard. I don't let's measure up to the measure up. Nothing behind. It's an absent. Mr. Schwal said, Mr. Husband, I started, so instead of getting, again, I just said, I'm good. I don't need that. So the Gemara said, so again, so finish those. So Shmuel has the This is a case about listening. This is a case where she's explaining why she said what she said. And therefore what the said. And we're not looking at myself technically Shmuel. This particular is again, given Shmuel understood the halacha. For whatever the reason, he was uncomfortable accepting the halacha for himself. He was uncomfortable accepting the halacha. Therefore, again, it was very clear the halacha is a halacha the nice. Or that change, which will something yes. So therefore, again, halacha is Oh, look who it is. Mr. Loud. How are you, big dog? Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Oh. Excuse me. What up, son? That's right, baby. That's right. Are you ready for Bob Lazar night? Yes or no? I'll wait. Did you drink your coffee? Did you take your dog out? Are you ready? Oh, we're watching neither. We're watching a press conference first. Yeah, in all honesty, just listen. Just listen. I used to be a major detractor of the UFO phenomena. I used to think it was bunk and garbage. I used to think that only weird people were into it. I used to literally publicly debate people on the issue until I saw this press conference. And after seeing the press conference, my view on the matter was changed 180 degrees. It was so much evidence, it was an overwhelming amount of evidence that not just aliens exist, but they have been here for a long time, that it then caused me to really do deep dives into Bob Lazar and everything. So the first thing we're going to watch is from 2001. It is from May 9th, 2001. That's how well I know it. I'm almost positive that's the date. And it's called The Disclosure Project. It's by Dr. Stephen Greer. And we're going to watch that first. Now, it's a little slow, so we can watch it at 1.5 speed or 2 speed, whatever. But I want you to watch it. It's very important that you watch it. Does that make sense to you? Correct. I want you to have a foundation before Bob Lazar, because Bob Lazar is not that good at explaining aliens. He worked at a site S4, but he's not a real alien guy. He doesn't have the FAA data. He didn't work at NASA like many of these whistleblowers that are in this press conference did. And they talk to you about what's happening. They talk to you about the plan. Like this was in 2001 before 9/11, and they're talking about there would be major wars. Then there would be a war against the Middle East, which was like foretold in this. And then eventually there may be what did they say? One of the ladies says her name is Dr. Rosen. She says something along the lines of there'd be wars in the Middle East, that this had all been told to her by people in the government, specifically Werner von Braun, the chief of the Nazi rocket program, who came to the United States and then worked for NASA. She said that he said that there would be major wars, specifically in the Middle East. Then from there, it's amazing. But but I do want you to know
that we may need to watch it on double speed because it's a little slow. Because I mean, I watch it normally, but I don't want to bore you, and I don't want you to be like, dude, this Bob Lazar shit isn't going to be, because this isn't Bob Lazar. But like, I don't want you to get right into Bob Lazar without any other knowledge, because Bob Lazar is not the best explainer of the UFO phenomenon. Here's what I want you to know, and I really mean this. I want you, after this, just like you don't really believe the moon anymore because of the evidence that I gave you there. Like before, you were like, "Oh, the moon, yeah, everybody knows we've been and all that shit." But then I'm like, "Not everybody," and then I give you overwhelming amounts of evidence, interviews with the people running away, like all that, and you're like, "Oh, maybe there's something to this." I want you to have the same idea. So, just one moment. How was your day? One of them did. One of them did, and then he said, "I, knowing you, Mr. Sibrel, that bet that's not even a real Bible." Perhaps. Or no, 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 no. Neil Armstrong said that. Knowing you, Mr. Sibrel, it's not a real Bible. The one guy who did, he was like, they were like, "Yo, dog, why did you, uh, why did you swear on the Bible and nobody else did?" And he's like, "Well, if like he then was like, oh shit, I'm the only guy who did it," and then he has to kind of like go back on it. Um, okay, so this, so I'm basically taking you through my footsteps of what I I learned, and I'm gonna send you the link in a second. That's absolutely correct, and you're using the word correctly. Many people don't, but ufology is the study of unidentified flying objects, and it's important to, no, it's unidentified. That's okay. That's okay. No big deal. And they've changed the name of it to UAP. So many times you hear things like UAP, but it's still the same thing. And great question. Unidentified aerial phenomena. Correct. Because um okay, I'm about to send it to you. And then man, I'm gonna watch it, but I recommend that we watch it at like 1.5 speed, just because it's slow. And it's literally just a bunch of whistleblowers. This is what I would always hear. The argument is, if aliens were real, they would land on the front lawn of the White House. That's the big one. Well, they flew right over it in the 1950s, and it was on the front cover of Time magazine, and nobody talks about that cover. It's in a big triangle formation, and it says like saw like so they did do that. Then I would hear, you always hear that the person, I sent it to you, by the way, the person who always sees UFOs is some like poor guy in the rural America, and they have sex with their sister, all this kind of stuff. That to just denigrate these people. All the people that you're going to see, they all work for the FAA. They work at NASA. They're doctors. They are graduate. They have graduate degrees. They're smart individuals. And uh, and so when I started seeing that, I was like, wow, this opened my eyes to it. And it happened around like I found out about this like 7 years later. I don't know how I even got into this, but after I saw it, I was like, wow, there must be really something to this. So all that stuff that people talk about must be real, or some of it. So anyway, I'm ready when you are. How did your mom leave? Everything okay? What did what did she think of my deep knowledge of Gander? Was she impressed? Mine. I had more knowledge of Gander than the documentary. I talked about. I know. So why didn't you tell her? I asked you to tell her. You didn't even talk about. You didn't even talk about me. It's fine. You didn't even talk about me. I asked you. I said, please tell her I appreciated watching the documentaries and to say hello to Christopher. And you didn't even do any of that. Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. It's like 2 hours, but again, you can play it. Dude, calm the fuck down. You've got like 16 hours of footage you've got to watch tonight. So you better lock the fuck in and not complain. No, I'm just playing around. You watch as much of it as you want. But this is a really good initial, like, one person after another, after another, after another. Like, please believe me, this is real shit. Okay. Oh, we're not watching it together? You okay? Are you streaming it? Oh, fuck yeah, that's what I want you to do. I'll be patient. Take all the time that you need. I appreciate it. Oh, that's a good question. Well, oh, interesting. Is it that baseball stadium at Area 51? There's a baseball field and UFO field and a softball field for the people who work there. Okay, well, I was going to ask Claire. Yeah, I many times they are. Ebbets Field was a stadium. Soldier Field is a stadium. Yeah, well, I was going to ask. So this isn't an arena. This is a stadium. Okay, what sport do they play in it? Okay, no big deal. And it's outdoor. Okay, okay. Is it in LA? Okay. And it's my favorite, or it should be my favorite. Um, well, I really like the Coliseum. I really like the Coliseum, and I really like SoFi. Those are one's in LA, one's in Inglewood, but both considered LA. Um, is it in California? Okay, but it has to do with Bob Lazar. It really does. Oh, great. Is it in the United States? Oh, interesting. Okay, so is it in Manitoba, Canada?
No.
Is it in Canada?
Yep.
All right. All right. Is it in Toronto? Is it in Eastern Canada or Western? Is it in Newfoundland? Okay, it's in Eastern. Is it in a major city in like okay, so is it in Montreal or Quebec?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it in Montreal?
Yeah.
Okay. Um so is it where oh you said it's a stadium, not a field, right? Okay. Is it where the uh Montreal Canadiens play?
Oh.
Okay, is it is it where the X is it where the Expos used to play?
Yes.
Uh
State. UFO.
oh, tight. Okay, I see. I'm gonna look at it right now. So I see why it's Bob Lazar related. But why would that be my favorite stadium? Yeah, but it does look like a UFO. But oh, the, they had the Olympics there. Yeah, and they did something special at those Olympics. Did you ever watch the opening or closing ceremony? Yeah, they did that. But did you see the opening and closing ceremonies of it? I think they had some kind of like UFO landing there, like a fake one. Like it was just like. Let me look this up because if you ever have the chance to watch the opening and closing ceremonies of an Olympics, you should because there's a lot of foreshadowing of stuff that happens. Yo, dog, wasn't there like a UFO landing in the or like a fake one or something in the Montreal Olympics in the opening or closing ceremonies or something? Oh no, it was the '84 LA closing ceremony. They had a simulated flying saucer suspended from a helicopter hovering over the Rose Bowl, featuring an alien character who stepped out to congratulate mankind. And then in London, they did it. A disc shaped object was spotted hovering above the stadium, which was later identified to be uh, something else. And then the 2024 Paris closing ceremony discussions mention a yellow alien in a ring performance representing the Voyager satellite. Okay, yeah, it was LA, not Quebec. Okay. Um, all right. So here's my question for you. Thank you so much for watching this with me. Your life. I want yeah, you can. You know how to do it. You know how to do it. You scroll up and then it says start sharing or share screen. Okay, you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone? Okay, do you see at the bottom of the iPhone where you have like the camera button and the mic button? Yeah, isn't that amazing that they have all those settings there, but you would never know unless you literally lived on Discord like I do? I'll be able to see it all. Yes, sir. I see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Baller.
Baller.
I would recommend turning the speed up. Hold on. I know. I'm gonna turn my microphone off so that you can hear me. All right, you got it.
To pursue the truth. I always think of Hamlet's great line to Horatio, there are more things between heaven and hell than are dreamed up in your philosophy, Horatio. I'm going to introduce a man who says there are more things between heaven and hell than any of us would accept. And I have the witnesses to prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stephen King.
Thank you very much, John. Members of the press, the American public, and people of Europe. We are here today to disclose the truth about a subject that has been ridiculed, questioned, denied for at least 50 years. The men and women who are on this stage and the some 350 additional military intelligence witnesses to the so-called UFO matter and extraterrestrial intelligence can prove and will prove that we are not alone. I would like to thank Sarah McClendon, who is with us today, the famed White House correspondent, for her sponsorship of this meeting. Thank you very much, Sarah. In 1993, a group of military advisors to this project and I met out in the countryside in Virginia. And we decided that it was time for civilians, military, intelligence, and other people to come together and disclose the truth about the subject which is called UFOs. Since that time, I have personally briefed a sitting director of Central Intelligence, James Woolsey, President Clinton's first CIA director. I have personally briefed the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the head of Intelligence Joint Staff, members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, many members of Congress, members of the European leadership, the Japanese cabinet, and others. And what I have found is that none of them are surprised this is true, but they are uniformly horrified that they have not had access to these projects. We can establish through these witnesses we've identified, which now number over 400. And these are people who have been inside the CIA, NSA, NRO, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Army, all divisions of the intelligence and military community, as well as corporate witnesses, contractors to the government. These are folks who have been involved in so-called black budget or covert unacknowledged projects. These unacknowledged special access projects are taking in at least $40 to $80 billion per year, and they are sitting on technologies that can change the world forever. The reason we are coming forward now is that we are asking for the U.S. Congress and for President Bush to move towards an official inquiry and disclosure on this subject. It has the most profound implications for the human future, for the U.S. national security, and for world peace. Specifically, technologies connected to UFO and extraterrestrial vehicles, yet declassified and used for peaceful energy generation and propulsion, would solve the looming energy crisis definitively, would end global warming, would correct the environmental challenges that the Earth is facing. It is also critical that we begin to debate as a society the propriety of placing weapons in space. If indeed, as we can prove it is true, that we are not alone, and that space is territory which we are sharing with other civilizations, it could be a very imprudent, destabilizing thing to place weapons in space. This is not being debated because it is off the national and international radar screens. It needs to be placed on it, and we are here today to do it. We can establish through this testimony that these objects of extraterrestrial origin have been tracked on radar going thousands of miles per hour, stopping and making right-hand turns, that they use anti-gravity propulsion systems, which we have already figured out how they work in classified projects in the United States, Great Britain, and elsewhere. That these objects have landed on terra firma, at times have been disabled, and have been retrieved specifically by teams within the United States. That extraterrestrial life forms have been retrieved, and their vehicles have been taken and studied thoroughly for at least 50 years. We can prove through the testimony and documents that we will be presenting that this subject has been hidden from members of Congress and at least 2 administrations that we are aware of, presidential administrations, and that the Constitution of the United States has been subverted by the growing power of these classified projects, and that this is a danger to the national security. There is no evidence. I wish to emphasize that these life forms from elsewhere are hostile towards us, but there is a great deal of evidence that they are concerned with our hostility. There are times when they have neutralized or rendered inert the launch capabilities of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Witnesses here today who describe those events to you. They have shown clearly that they do not want us to weaponize space, and yet we are proceeding down that dangerous path. And it will be established that these projects, because they have not been supervised properly by the Congress, by the U.S. President, by the international community, have become a threat to the national security. And for this reason, we feel we must disclose facts. This is the beginning of the campaign for disclosure. And in a memo that I wrote to President Bush last week, I stated that this campaign will persist until our goals are met, and they are as follows. That we have open, honest hearings on the subject in the U.S. Congress. That there be a permanent ban on the weaponization of space for the targeting of any objects of extraterrestrial origin. That there be a full and complete study of classified technologies connected to this subject to see how they could be properly declassified and applied for peaceful energy generation so that the world may get off of fossil fuels in enough time to prevent greater ecosystem damage or war over the looming energy crisis, which is sure to sweep the Earth in the coming decade. This is a matter of the most pressing import. It has been ridiculed, yes. I know many in the media would like to talk about little green men. But in reality, the subject is laughed at because it is so serious. I have had grown men and women who are independent, who are members of Congress, and who have said to me, what are we going to do? Here's what we will do. We will see that this matter is properly disclosed. These courageous witnesses, the first 21 of the 100 that we have already interviewed on videotape, have stepped forward to speak the truth. Now, I expect people to be skeptical, but not irrationally so, because these men and women have come forward and they have their credentials, they can establish who they are, and they have been first-hand witnesses to some of the most important events in the history of the human race. As was pointed out to me by some of the men here, they were charged with handling the nuclear weapons of the United States. Their word was trusted on everything of great importance for the national security. We must trust their word now. As Monsignor Balducci said in an interview I had with him recently, so please be skeptical.
How many duck we're watching something right now? I can't tell.
prejudice and political harm. This is a matter of great importance, and I ask the media, the scientific community, and the political community to look seriously at this matter and to do the right thing for humanity and for our children. And we have available for the media and for members of Congress a nearly 500-page briefing document with transcripts from dozens of these secret witnesses. We have a 4-hour video-based summary, it's not product, from this project of the 120 hours that we have in interviews so far. They can boil down to 4 hours, and it's available on Congress page.
And our mission is really to make it easier for patients and caregivers to carry and use epinephrine, which is the only drug known to stop the blood pressure, but to do it without having to inject it. We've developed a nasal spray that gives the same effectiveness as injection, but it's much easier to carry and not intimidating.
I'm going to be like saying about this sinus that we have in Mexico for several years, and this issue has example, in 1992, we detected 15 objects west side of the airport, very close of the international airport, that are really nice. Then, July 28 of 1994, we have almost a collision or something that we can evaluate with our international flight training flights of flight taking on 129 by the pilot was about this one against the crash, something about when you bring landing gear and high wind. That's a pure at the night, but take your then the next week, the same year, the same by 9 doesn't matter, almost collision that was the flight of the Warsaw, the Western Warsaw, at 11:30 in the morning, and they detect that the object then in the next week we have a lot of silence reported by pilots that gives information traffic quite wide different towns. How did it take some of them in that way? But then September 15 of 1994, we a decision about 5 hours or less radar that we detect that technique was working in the United States because it's not human that we have detection of 5 hours the same object, especially with a photo. Well, we ordered a typical person's radar, the radar system was working well. And was very exciting and surprised when the next day we received information about a service we studied these cases in Mexico about that sighting of a lot of people in Winnipeg City. There is a remote border in the city of people in the airport about the sighting of the big points of 50 meters in diameter. Then there are a lot of people that selected something that is really secure on the next 1994, we have a service, especially our new radar system. And after that moment, we have information very exactly about these societies, the same kind of societies and detections. That's why I'm here, because we consider my work that it is very dangerous. We have several cases that are but it's very important that the people who work the most this event consider that will be very dangerous for a lot of situation, especially when something, I don't know why you have country that's your frequently, but the warnings that happens we consider dangerous, and we have to be also not the judgment, we don't want to do that. Thank you very much.
My name is Graham Phillips. I'm retired Navy Commander, so years ago, February 1951, I was flying from Jacksonville, it was at night, about 300 miles outside of our country. We approached the city at night. As we approached this road, turned to Montrose Circle, white light came on. We watched this for a while, the lights went out and jumped on the water. So next thing we saw was another reload. Small than that was 15 all the way. Looked around, a little bit further back, disengaged the autopilot. Moved out slightly. We're still not at our altitude, but we can see the shape of the dome. We can see the corona discharge. I went back in, let the other pod out there and take my reaction. Came back to the cockpit, told him not to report anything, whatever. The guy just said, basically, the instruments in the cockpit, we had 4 or 5 figures. The area of magnetic symbols, like magnetic area of direction planners and this type of thing. The craft was trained by radar in excess of 1,800 miles an We had 31 passengers plus the sky all sighted us. We landed our on the airport.
Newfie is fuck, dog.
Out of the national archive, I have 18 They're straightening all the truth, stack of books out there. The truth is here. I will testify under oath before Congress and everything that I have said.
My name is Dan Willis. I was in the United States Navy, held a top secret level 14 extra sensitive material and security clearance. I worked in the code room at the Naval Communications Station in San Francisco. In 1969, I received a priority message from a ship near Alaska that was classified as secret. The ship reported merging out of the ocean near Port Bow, a lightly glowing reddish-orange elliptical object, approximately 70 feet in diameter, pushed out of the water, shot into space, traveling at about 7,000 miles per hour. This was tracked on ship's radar and substantiated. Years later, I worked at the Naval Electronic Engineering Center in San Diego for 10 years. The co-worker who I worked with worked at the NORAD facility. When he first started working at the facility, he noticed objects going on the screens to track everything out in space and in the air. Objects going off the scale, doing right angle turns, when the corner. His supervisor advised him that, quote, just concerned about our little friends. These statements are true. So I testify before Congress.
My name is Don Willis. I was in the United States Air Force and I worked with certain intelligence agencies in the United States government. Prior to my Air Force, I worked in the Air Force. I worked for the famous Lucky Express Company. And I was working for them when I was in college. I worked at the government as a design engineer. It was one of my proudest moments of my life to work with Kelly Johnson. You might be familiar with that. It turns out that the models of aircraft that were building, as you know, were classified to be black. And I came in on the end of the YouTube project, the main project, and later as the SR-71. The SR-71 predecessor, it had a special model built for CIA. And then those models were one pass, one pilot, special aircraft in order to get from one place to another. These SR-71 that we built at the Blackbird are the type of aircraft that are still classified in a sense as far as the altitude that flies at, and also the speed records that it holds. I'm very proud to say that this aircraft played a big part in helping to end the Cold War. So the aircraft, the predecessor aircraft, the strong evidence suggested that these aircraft had where once in the air, each pilot Each pilot had a statement before they talked about to and from the planet Earth. This can be verified at a later point. This was a alternative to my military experience. My first field assignment in the United States Air Force was at Las Vegas Air Force Station. And that was my first experience with Las Vegas. So excited about going to the Air Force. I just found out about a year later. Nellis Air Force Base is located there. Nellis is a major training center for vertical types of special aircraft and fighter aircraft. Training sites for pilots like myself. However, when I learned that my assignment was at the site about town near Mount Charleston, I had no idea where I'd be. So finally in the daylight, I was able to find the location I'd be working in 1965 for duty. In 1966, early in the morning, I was staying there on the base, and our barracks were at about 8,000 feet. And I towards the commander's office, I was on the commander's staff. And I couldn't, I was sitting making all this noise. I was making all this noise. So this was already, so when I got within about 50 yards, I was standing there, watching the kids who were going up in the air. I was getting they all were hitting all the and to my amazement, there were lights flashing around the sky. We had anywhere from what seemed like 24 throughout the 800 miles per hour. Now, the fact that we're taking in the estimate of the distance, however, we continue to watch these lights go across the sky and stop, absolutely stop, but then stop at the first and an acute angle in their direction, and then proceed along in sort of like traffic so fast that they can almost get past them. So he's moving. So if you read the screen, you see what's there. Exactly the way these 6-horse aircraft were. That's the flight that it's watching anything. They always say these out of the best aircraft. Started to come in on a certain. Whatever light was going out, they said, we're ready for the wings to display in the sky. It's just directly east of that distance. It's not that very difficult. Area 51 is a AEC name. Okay? We do it as Eagle Lake Flight Test Facility. And this is where we tested our aircraft. After we got the prototype made. So where these flags are over in the sky, what they did was pull it up and then rotating in a circle, and then they just well, I got Jesus or something. Keep quiet, and that was verified with chief security. But we waited there until we were a little bit to see why they were now and they came 3 hours before the plus speed, came down for the dinner at 2 o'clock in the morning here. We said, what is the shape? He says, did you see that? She helps him out. He looked next to the sky for sure. He says, we documented it on radar. He says, we didn't get a clearance. We just standing orders of those licenses to radar. He says, we documented 6 to 7 UFOs. Well, we don't know what the guy is in this room. And we don't know where they landed because they go left in this year. So I will say at this point short that I will testify that what I say is true, and I will do so before all of this. Thank you. March of 1967, our station announced their birthday. It was a launch announcement.
He said there was we lost somewhere between 6 and 8 points at that point. Within minutes, I had to see that second phone call with outside. Again, that one was actually pointed to the command post. We were informed that a similar incident happened at Echo Flight. I was in hospital by we lost all 3 of the weapons under similar circumstances, very similar circumstances. Where UFOs were sighted over the launch facilities. They had maintenance crews and security crews out there with inspectors and heavily reporting UFOs over those sites. And the commander of that flight was Eric Carlson. He also said there was a captain and the deputy commander was Walt. We have those witnesses that I just mentioned, the names I just mentioned, have spoken to this event before, and they will back up this story. We also have documentation that I received through a couple of requests from the Air Force outlining the Echo Flight incident, and included in that documentation a reference to UFOs. We have telex covering this incident, and in one telex it says back that North County region of Washington County, this has been readily identified as loss of great concern in this location. Those telexes are now 12 witnesses that are verified parts of this story, including a man who investigated the incident afterwards. We'll hear a little bit more about that from next witness. And also, another guard that witnessed the UFO, and that's another officer, we had other reports of UFOs. And similar to that, I've got the complete report on flight out for the department of the Air Force Base North Dakota, which happened in August 1966, very similar UFO sighted over missile silos. And also a UFO incident that was investigated by the Air Force immediately after our incident. I'm going to testify to the truth of all the matters that I've spoken about in our Congress under oath. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Arneson. I've served 26 years as a communications electronics officer in the U.S. Air Force all over the world, including Vietnam. I went to be commander of 3 different units in the Air Force. I held the top secret SCI PK clearance and it was slightly above top secret. I retired in 1986 as a ground captain at Madison Air Force Base in Ohio. I want to relate about 3 different experiences, if you will, that relate to UFOs. As a young lieutenant over in Germany, Ramstein Air Base, Germany, back in the 1960s, I was in charge of the cryptographic center. I had a top secret crypto clearance at that time. I can clearly recall seeing a message that went through my crypto center which said that a UFO had crashed on the Pittsburgh hallway and the team of scientists were coming to investigate it. Going forward to the 1967 timeframe, I was assigned to 28th Division at Great Falls, Montana, and I was an officer in charge of the communications center there. Also, I was a patrol officer for the division. I had a nuclear account, I was a account custodian, and I also passed the nuclear launch authenticators. During that time, I can recall seeing a message that the communications center said, basically, the officers got to talking about, that you will all see nearly missile silos and the missiles were deactivated. Coincidentally, the person that brought the sense to investigate the particular missile conditions, if you will, what made them shut down, was my first manager, Jeff Bowman, who's probably who has since passed away. And I can recall him on different occasions, he was supposed to meet in Auburn, Washington, that's where I'm from. And he said, Arnie, he says, those missiles were perfectly clean. That was the result. And so, my last incident, concern when I was in the, as a commander in Air Force Station Maine, I had contacts with the security police at Warren Air Force Base, and they told about UFOs that were seen near the nuclear weapon storage areas on Warren Air Force Base. And I'll be glad to testify to Congress that this is absolutely true.
Good morning, my name is Harlan Bentley. During 1957 and 1959, I was a PFC in the United States Army, stationed at North Washington, D.C., on a 98F missile base, close to Orleans, Maryland. In May, this now from 1960 to 1958, at 6 a.m., I heard a noise outside the sound like a full city transformer. I sat up in my bunk, I looked out the window, and saw a crash, heading for the ground and crashed. Pieces broke off of that craft, immediately took off again. So there's a lot more to that story, but I've got to repeat this on it. Now, the next night, I was on the radar doing something. I got a call from the Gaithersburg missile base. He says, hey, I got about a 15-year-old outside, 50 to 100 feet above. So I asked him, I said, what's the sound like? He took his head, my body was up, man. I said, here. And the sound was the same sound I heard this morning. Except a lot more of it. So my radar was on standby, so I immediately turned it on and got the blip just outside the ground. I marked it on my radar screen. And then a few minutes later, all of a sudden they took off. As they took off, the sweep came around, the second time when it came around, it hit us again. That blip was 2/3 of the way off my radar scope. In order to get that far, at a high velocity, it's 17,000 miles an hour. That was my first incident. 10 years later, by this time I received a master's in electrical engineering, and I was working in California. Now, I'm sorry that all I can say is I was somewhere in California working on a classified project that had nothing to do with my experience that I had there. As I was working, like 3 in the morning, California time, I heard that Houston astronaut communication was fine. I didn't pay much attention to it until I heard the word it was a year ago, picked up immediately. And as any guys line up at some sort of craft, meteorite or whatever, it was in course that August Wednesday was wrong. So basically, I listened for some time, and then I stopped and went back to work. And then I heard, there they go. In the next world, somebody came on this. There's a term called green foliage. That used to be, I don't know if it is today or not, but it used to be, if you're not profanity, what's that? And the first person that does that, whoever hears that person says freaking terrible, that astronaut goes by that man and that astronaut dinner to listen to. Well, then it's real quick. One of them said, damn, the UFO took off. Damn, that's fast. Somebody else, green girl. And then he said, another and then somebody else said, green girl. You can see it. You really see it. I had to buy 2 expensive meals. And my particular experience, I will testify this whole conversation most of it. And it can explain exactly what happened. Thank you. My name is John Miller. Retired Army. I retired as a first class. My entire year, 21 years of service, I don't talk to you. Compartmentalized at times. With my PK, Omni, crypto, and OB. I had access to a very, very sensitive document. My testimony is basically twofold. One, I retired from DIA in 1980. And when I was an administrator, I would take over an office and take over everything, sign for everything. I signed for well over 2,000 documents. And I was signing inventory that wasn't not word for word. And basically, I went through every document to make sure that it was complete. So there, they told me, when I turned my track over to the next person, the same document. So I got part of it done with drawings and some of the documents. Different references. That was also FDIC pictures that showed the targeting object certification. I worked on the site one and saw two areas for the office that I worked in. So we were taking pictures at a time for certification. And there was some other the second thing for this whole thing is that a lot of people talk about conspiracy theories. Hey, shut it. I'm going to get time before Congress and be black operations. I nearly became part of it. When I saw the light, I think, okay, and I got out. And that's it. We have to disclose what we know. I am going to testify before Congress. The other organization. Good morning. My name is Paul Moore, and I was a precision electronics photographic observer who were top secret crypto clearance in the United States Air Force in the position of language in 1965, in mid-1965, I was known to include a program project at NASA. Dr. Colley was in charge of that project. They had a piece of electronic equipment that was bottleneck in your production of photographs. I went to the facility, and when I walked into the facility, there were scientists from all over the world. I was stunned actually to see people at a NASA project all over the world that didn't make any sense to me. I was taken into the laboratory where the equipment was malfunctioning. I couldn't be carried in the dark, and I asked them how to do it. Barely second class was in the dark at that time. I was also in second class. I was interested in how the whole process functioned, how the data got from the laboratory, asked them how we had to describe the process to him. About 30 minutes into the process, he said to me, in a very distressed way, by the way, we discovered dates on the backside. And then he proceeded to put photographs down. Clearly in these photographs were the structures, mushroom-shaped buildings, circle buildings, and towers. And at that point, I was very concerned because I never went to the Department of Security. He had breached security, and I was actually breached fighting at that moment. And I did not question his facility. A few months later, someone did. I looked at the 3 more days, and I went to the night, and here it is, more than 30 years later, and I was testifying under oath before Congress because I said the truth.
Thank you, Carl. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Hare, and I worked at Chemical 4 Aerospace from 1967 to 1981. During that time, I was a design illustrator, draftsman. I did the launch slides and landings, so I had a set of projecting parting boards and their maps for NASA. For a contractor, at just the time I worked on site, I had the opportunity to do extra work during downtime between missions, and I walked into a photo lab, which was a NASA lab across the hallway. I had a secret clearance, which is not that high, but I was able to go in restricted areas, which this was. At the time, I was talking to one of the techs, and he was like, take your photographs. That was a man's photograph. It had a dot on it. And I said, what is that? He drew my attention to it. And I said, is that a dot on the emulsion? And he said, and he's smiling at me, and his hands crossed, and he said, the round dots on the emulsion don't leave round shadows on the ground. And this was an aerial photograph of the Earth I'm assuming the earth because it had pine trees on it. And the shadows of the craft or whatever it was were in the same corner of the trees. And by very nature, UFO, and I wanted to clarify that because John was talking to me and he was unidentified, so I did not know what this was. But I realized at this point that it's very secret, that it was kept secret because I asked him, what are you going to do with this piece of information? And he said that he always airbrushed these out before we saw them happen. So the three pesky creatures appearing on this photograph they wanted to get rid of. After that, I decided I would ask questions of people who worked there and found that I had to ask them these inside and not on site. The guard told me that he was asked to go and look at the rest and not to look at them. And there was a guard, another guard for him, who was in green fatigues, watching him burn photographs. He said he was too timid, he looked at mine, and it was a picture of a UFO. And he was very descriptive. I can go into that later. He immediately was hit in the head and he had a big gash in his forehead. He was knocked out. And he's terrified, so he would have to be protected. Another incident, I knew someone who was quarantined with the Apollo astronauts. He told me that the Apollo astronauts saw a craft on the moon and landed. And that is what he told me. And he also was afraid. He said that the astronauts are told to keep this quiet. They're not allowed to talk about it. So I do want to let you know that I worked out there for 90 years, and this I ran into this. So it's not something everyone knows that works out there for a long time. My boss didn't know about it. Some people that sat right next to me didn't know about it. It's very strange because I don't know how they get to it. Some people know about it and others not. I'm willing to testify before Congress that what I'm saying is true. And so thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. My name is Larry Morris. 20 years ago, in 1980, I was a security specialist assigned RAF headquarters in Woodbridge, NATO Air Force facilities in Suffolk, East Anglia. I had a secret security clearance. I guarded backline nuclear weapons that were stored there at the time, without the knowledge of the people of Great Britain. I went through a portion of a 390 UFO event where objects made incursions over WSA required big discipline beams of light into them for the grisly effect of the ordnance. These objects were on the ground on the sites. Potentially, there was another life form scene. This is an unpopular truth. These events were of extreme defense significance to not only Her Majesty's government, but this government as well. And they are still shrouded in secrecy. They are very complex. They are very fast. This is more about a human rights issue than just a UFO issue. 20 years ago, this room would be empty. I see a chart of history. This is history in motion, but unfortunately, this was a security classification. I would be more than honored to swear under oath that I will disclose what I did. I saw what I saw. It was not only numerous denials by this government, a memo by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Walker, deputy-based commander, which reads like science fiction. It also produced years later on-site audio tape he made as these objects performed their feats that they did in violated airspace. These events are of extreme defense significance. I hope my brothers in arms that much of these events will be given immunity at some point and be able to join us here in a non-insured state with all these conditions. And I think for all our children, my son Dennis, God bless you, son, we can change the world. Your heroes are being here also, and I will testify for the Congress of us to your rest.
Hi, my name is George Filer III. The reason I'm here is because George Filer, the coach is in the hangar, will be born on Friday. I'm a retired intelligence officer and flyer with almost 5,000 hours. And I didn't believe in UFOs until London Control called us in 1962 and asked us, would we chase one? And we said, sure. So we went down from 30,000 feet to 1,000 feet where the UFO was hovering. So we went into a steep dive and actually exceeded the red line of the aircraft. So it's kind of dangerous chasing UFOs. In any case, I was able to get the UFO on the aircraft radar at about 40 miles, and we could see a light out in the distance. And as we closed, we kept on picking up this radar return. The point I'm mentioning that the radar return was very distinct and solid, indicating it was some kind of metallic object. We got about a mile from the UFO, and it kind of lit up in the sky and went off into space. Very similar to what the shuttle looked like when it takes off. Later on, I was working in intelligence in Vietnam. I raised the General Rob about UFOs when I was in 21st Air Force. I was at Air Force Base. Raised General Rob about a UFO over Tehran, Iran in 1976. The two F-4s from the Iranian Air Force had taken off and tried to intercept the UFO. And when they turned on their fire control systems, they immediately went off while the electrical systems went out. Planes had to return to base. This was particularly significant because it was also picked up on satellites. In 1978, on January 18th, I was going to the base. Every morning I did the briefing to the general staff, and I noticed that there were some lights off in the distance on the end of the runway there. And when I got up to command post, the senior master sergeant in charge said that there had been UFOs in the pattern line light. They're on the radar. The tower had seen them. They got aircraft reports and so on. And the plane had landed or crashed at Fort Dix. Fort Dix and McGuire are right together. This is kind of like the Roswell of the East. But in any case, an alien had come off the craft and had been shot by a military policeman. And apparently he was wounded and was heading for McGuire. For whatever reason, the aliens liked the Air Force better than the Army. In any case, our security police went out there and found him on the end of the runway dead. And they asked me to brief the general staff and General Tom Sadler and they gave like stand-up briefing. I said, I don't think I want to do this. General doesn't have a good sense of humor. I'm not sure I believe it. So I did some checking on the 438 command posts, and everybody had pretty much the same story. And at 8 o'clock that Friday, just before I went on, I was going to break this. I was very worried about it. So they said, don't break it, that it's too much. That's pretty much my story. And I'm prepared to tell the story in front of others. And it is the truth. Now, because of this, I've stayed interested in UFOs. And I'm the Eastern Director of the National UFO Network. And between the National Reporting Center and here at Davenport and UFOs, we get 100 reports a week on average of people from all over the United States that see these things regularly. And if you start checking, they're out there and they're low, and people are seeing them all the time. And these are highly qualified people, all of them essentially give us the reports by email. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Scott. I'm a Sunday class in the United States Army. I had a secret clearance for a short. I could get the clearance that I needed to do whatever it was necessary for me to do at the time on special operations when I was brought in. For I'm reporting 2 years, I was involved in situations where we actually did recoveries of crabs, saucers, for lack of a better term, the grease thereof. There were bodies that were involved with some of these crashes, also some were alive. And while we were doing all this, we were telling the American public there was nothing to it, we were telling the world there was nothing to it. I'd like to go into detail on some of the cases, if I could list both cases right here, that will be available if you have any questions concerning my involvement in this. You can talk to Dr. Beer to arrange, or we get to talk to you. The whole situation is, we've sat back, we've told the American people that there's no such thing as UFOs. I've been involved where we have covered these objects with only of extraterrestrials. In 1969, I had an event that happened to me at the station of Fort Lee, Virginia, the Indian Town Gap, Pennsylvania. That was my first exposure to any time that we would be recovering unidentified flying objects. When we went there, we already had people reporting in the facility from the back of the supposed to be NBC, which were supposed to be significant materials that was on board this craft. Later on, most people involved with it were to be told that there was nothing on board, it was nothing more than just a crash on our aircraft. I know that because I was one of the people that approached it with the Tiger County at service reasons. I was the first person to go ahead and see that there were bodies on it. That would be the first of approximately 12 events. UFO crashes are not events that take place every day. They're rare. I know we're not alone in the universe. I know that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's evidence that has been denied to the American people. I stand for you today in my own time to tell you this. If Congress calls me in and says, will you testify and tell what you know? I stand here today prepared to do just that. Governments must never lie to the people for no reason. Thank you.
My name is Mark McCamish, and for the last 21 years, I've worked as a conceptual artist for a variety of defense contractors. I've been involved in conceptual artwork and production thereof for Rockwell on the X-30 program, and also on the high-step program that's spelled HYSTP, means hypersonic test bed program. During the course of my career, I've twice had a security clearance. In 1967, when my father was stationed at Westover Air Force Base, the headquarters for 8th Air Force Strategic Air Command, I witnessed and watched through a telescope the UFO which hovered over a nuclear weapons storage facility for approximately 10 minutes and then departed with an acceleration approaching using a rifle barrel. In 1988, in November, a college buddy of mine, an associate, by the name of Brad Sorensen, informed me that he had personally witnessed 3 flying saucers at a very large hangar at the Air Force Base during the course of an air show that was held on Saturday, November 12, 1988. I subsequently called my congressman from that district. I called his office. This was Congressman George E. Brown Jr., who at the time was the chairman of the Congressional Committee on Space Science and Advanced Technology. I naturally assumed that since this presentation that Brad talked about was for top military brass and certain congressional individuals, that his office must have coordinated this with the Air Force Office of Public Affairs. A male staff member in Congressman Brown's office not only confirmed the exhibit, but the fact that there were 3 discs at that exhibit. These discs were hovering over the floor without any visible means of support. They were referred to as alien reproduction vehicles, also nicknamed the flux line because they used high voltage electricity. Let's see. To keep things short, this is a diagram that I had made based on a sketch that Brad Sorensen did on the rough shortly after the Shanghai's sighting. And subsequently cleaned that drawing up and made it much more accurate. It's the drawing that Dr. Greer is holding in now. Later on, I obtained photographs that were taken in 1967 by a military pilot, R.B. Williams, flying a P-47 for the Air Force at 12,000 feet, approximately 25 miles southwest of Utah. This particular vehicle matches the so-called ARV in all proportions and respects in terms of detail of the shape of the craft. This was photographed, as I say, in June or July of 1967. Later spoke to a gentleman by the name of Ken Sullivan that I met at an air show at the Air Force Base in 1992, the first unveiling publicly of the B-2 bomber. He indicated to me that in 1973, he was a crew chief working on an experimental aircraft at the Air Force Base, that he had unintentionally wandered into an area where there was a classified aircraft, namely the ARV. He described in detail, and he added other details to the account concerning the configuration and the operation vehicle that Brad Sorensen was not aware of. Subsequently, Brad Sorensen met with the famous aeronautical designer Mr. McCann, gave him a copy of this blueprint which you've just been shown. Mr. McCann felt that it was a joke and put it on his wall as kind of a joke. And a third party confirmed for me later that a Colonel Ray Welsh from the Air Force Base was visiting Mr. McCann, saw this blueprint on the wall and registered quite a bit of shock and anger, wanted to know where the hell he got this blueprint, because there was in fact such a craft at that time, in 1994-95. A hangar that was Air Force Base North Base complex at that time. Subsequently, I've done a lot of research on this product, this specific vehicle. I've come across a number of declassified documents that show that the Air Force as early as 1960 was wind-tunnel testing flying saucer shapes up to Mach 20. And I also have declassified NASA documents that show similar shapes. In fact, this is a document here that more or less details the wind-tunnel testing up to Mach 20. This is the NASA document here, declassified, and shows a variety of spherical and lenticular shapes that are quite taken up to, or I should say, wind-tunnel tested up to Mach 6. I subsequently obtained a copy of an inter-office memo from Hercules Aerospace described a particular type of science involving something called zero-point energy and scalar waves. According to Brad Sorensen, this is the basis of the technology for these anti-gravity propulsion systems.
This particular document here describes significant meetings involving the Defense Intelligence Agency and cooperative efforts with the Russian scientific community in investigating this, what is called the fundamental enabling technology that was originally discovered apparently by Nikola Tesla in the early 1900s. Anyway, I could provide you much more detail in later time, and I am prepared to testify in detail concerning these events and their truthfulness before Congress. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Sheehan. I'm an attorney and serving as general counsel to the Disclosure Project. I'm a 1960 Harvard College in American Government Studies and Constitutional Law. I'm a graduate of Harvard Law School, and I served as general counsel and one of the co-counsel for the New York Times in the Pentagon Papers case, and was involved in briefing and arguing the case in front of the United States Supreme Court, getting permission to the New York Times to publish the classified documents, the 37-volume Pentagon Papers. Subsequent to that time, I served as special counsel in the office of F.D. Bailey, as one of the trial counsels. We represented James McCord in the Watergate murder, and got McCord to write the letter to Judge Surgeon to reveal the Watergate murder's relationship to the plumber regime in the White House at that time. Subsequent to my service in that case, I went back to Harvard Divinity School to study Judeo-Christian social ethics and public policy. Did my master's work and PhD work there, and became general counsel of the United States Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C., assigned to the National Social Ministries Office and the Public Policy Office. It was there in 1967, or 1977, that I was contacted by Ms. Marshall Smith, who was the director of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service. She asked me to meet, and I met with her, and she informed me that President Carter, upon taking office, was George Bush Sr., and demanded that the Director of Central Intelligence turn over to the President the classified information about unidentified flying objects and the information that was in possession of the United States intelligence community concerning the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence. This information was refused to the President of the United States by the Director of Central Intelligence, George Bush Sr. The Director insisted that the President, in order to have access to this information, needed to have clearance to contact the Congressional Research Service and contact the United States House of Representatives Science and Technology Division and have them undertake a process to declassify this information because the DCI suspected that the President was preparing to reveal this information to the American public. The Congressional Research Service Science and Technology Division, under the directorship of Marshall Smith, was contacted by the House Technology Committee and instructed to undertake a major investigation of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence and the relationship of UFOs to espionage. I was contacted by Ms. Smith in my capacity as General Counsel of the United States Jesuit Headquarters, National Social Ministry Office, to see if we could obtain access to the Vatican Library to obtain information that the Vatican had regarding extraterrestrial intelligence and the phenomenon of UFOs. I pursued that with the permission of Father William J. Davis, the Director of the National Office, and we were refused access as the United States Jesuit order to the information in possession of the Vatican Library. When I reported this to Ms. Smith, she then later subsequently asked me to participate in a project that I could reach out to related individuals, pursuant to which I was given access to, as a special consultant to the United States Library of Congress Congressional Research Service, to classify portions of the movement of the Air Force. At that point, it was in 1977, approximately May of 1977. I went to the Madison building of the United States Library of Congress. There was no one in the building at that time. It was brand new. I was directed to a basement office where there were two guards at the door. The third sitting at the table, who took my identification, verified that I'd been designated as a certified consultant to the Congressional Research Service of the United States Library of Congress, and was admitted to the room. I thereupon found photographs, some dozen photographs of the question of a flying object on the ground that had crashed and plowed a furrow in a field of snow and was embedded in a bank embankment. There were United States Air Force personnel surrounding this craft, taking photographs of the craft. And one of the photographs, I could see that there were some symbols on the side of the craft. So I proceeded through the photograph of these symbols. I've been instructed that I was to take no notes. I had to leave my briefcase and all my identification outside of the room, but I had brought with me a yellow pad. And so what I did is I opened up the yellow pad and refocused the overhead camera the same size as the cardboard backing of the yellow pad, and I physically traced the copies of the symbols on the side of this craft over the yellow pad back, and the microfiche back into the canister, and reclosed the box I had, and I said, it's time for me to leave. And I took this and proceeded to leave the office, at which point the security guard stopped me, and one of them said, what is that you have there, Mr. Sheehan? This is what I handed the yellow pad to him, and he flipped through all the yellow pages and never found the copy that I had. And so I took that with me and brought it to the United States Jesuit headquarters, had a meeting with the staff with Father William J. Davis, reported this to them, was authorized at that time by the United States Jesuit headquarters to make a report to the National Council of Churches and to request that the entire 64 major religious denominations of our country undertake a major study of extraterrestrial intelligence, which they declined to do. I was subsequently asked to deliver a 3-hour closed-door seminar to the top 50 scientists of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which I did do in 1977. I'm more than happy to testify under oath to these details of the United States Congress, and would be happy to meet with any members of the press at that time. You may recall I also served as chief counsel to the Karen Silkwood case, in which we obtained the ruling in the Karen Silkwood case. I also served as chief counsel in the Iran-Contra case. I was the first one to testify before the United States Congress to the existence of the off-the-shelf enterprise of Richard C. Gordon Al-Baghdadi. I was happy to share the details of what I believe to be the relationship between this off-the-shelf enterprise and the secret government, which is concealing this information from the American public. And I am happy and proud to serve as general counsel to the disclosure project. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Carol Rosen. In 1974, after being a 6th grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr. Bernard von Braun in the U.S. Father of Rocketry. In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, Carol, you will stop your weaponization of space. And I said, teachers don't stop until June. He said, no, you have to understand, this is February. And we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there's a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire of the Russians. There are many enemies who said against whom we're going to build a space-based weapon system. The first one was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids. And then they would repeat to me over and over. And the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat. Well, at the time, I kind of laughed when he said asteroids, and when he said extraterrestrials, I knew I wasn't going to deal with that subject. And now we hear on the news just today, this week, that they've slid in another enemy. Only this time we're going to protect our satellites. In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions and waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and it's all lies. This is a system, he told me, that would never protect anyone. Even back then, he talked about suitcase bombs. He talked about chemical, viral, bacterial, bad biological warfare, that these space-based weapons would never protect us against. And then he told me that, in fact, if you travel around the world, which I did after he died in 1977, I met with people in over 100 countries who were friends. They didn't want to build space-based weapons. I became a space and missile defense consultant. And I worked with people around the world. I became an advisor to the People's Republic of China. They don't want to build a space-based weapon system. And he told me back then that they didn't. He said, go to Russia. They're considered to be the enemy. I got on a plane by myself. When I got to Russia, I had a list of people that I had read out of the newspaper. Chernenko was in office then. He was the only one I didn't get a chance to meet. They introduced me to everyone when I got there. And when I got back, I said, oh my Lord, this man is telling the truth. There is no threat. And I've been waiting until this day for 27 years, and I'm expecting this spin to happen because he also explained to me that as a military strategist, as a person who worked on the MX missile, which I did later, he said you will find that there's going to be a spin to find some enemy against whom we have to build space-based weapons. And now we should expect this spin because he said part of the formula for the intelligence community is that they might have a weapon, and we have to consider that they do have these weapons. So now they do have these weapons. So now we have to build these weapon systems, and that's the formula. Except that It's all based on a lie. And we have witnesses here today that have shown you that these extraterrestrial beings, that these craft that have come here are now not UFOs, they're identified flying objects, and we know that they have beings in them. And we have witnesses here who have told you that they can shut down our missile silos, they can stop a rocket going into space that's a test. We have witnesses here who have worked in the classified departments who have encouraged to come forward here to support what Werner von Braun told me back in 1974 to 77. And I will testify before the Congress that when I founded the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space, which I shut down a few years ago because I didn't believe we had a chance with this huge integrated around the world complex weapon system, that we had any chance at all of transforming that war industry into a space industry that could provide benefits like Dr. Greer has said. Of global warming, we can end that situation of that problem. We can end the energy crisis. We can build now non-polluting technologies. Werner von Braun used to tell me that we could have cars back then that drove around off the ground. He described this to me on beams so that we have no pollution on this planet. And we can solve the problems of the people that are Earth and potential and the other animals and the other cultures on Earth and in space. And we can end the arms race without dislocating the industry jobs, without disrupting the economy, by transforming, Werner von Braun told me, the war industry into a global cooperative space industry that will provide, he said, finally, more jobs and profits on this planet than during any hot or cold wartime, more products and services that can be applied directly to solving the problems of this planet. And we can have a whole planet now that lives in peace on Earth, with all cultures on Earth, and with all the extraterrestrial cultures in space. And these are words that Werner von Braun told me in 1974, and I will testify before the Congress under oath about everything I have said and more. Thank you.
I'd like to thank each of the witnesses and for your patience. We're running about 50 minutes late, and I do apologize for that. I want to emphasize that all these witnesses each could speak probably anywhere from 2 to 5 hours about what they have witnessed. We're trying to give you a snapshot. We have another 400 of these witnesses. I've carried this burden for 8 years. I'm now giving it to you, the American people, the people of the world, to take it forward. What I'd like to do now is open the audience for questions from the media. You may listen to me or to an individual witness as you deem appropriate. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Maribel Gonzalez is Reforma, Mexican newspaper. I have 3 questions. One is, if you become yes, I wanted to know if there are laws in this country that in some way allow this kind of secrecy or not. And then I wanted to know if there's a need to change any kind of law. And the next one I wanted to ask, if you may, is who is profiting from this secrecy that contains a secret solution to the energy crisis?
Well, let me get to those okay quickly since we are short on time. First of all, I think initially there was an appropriate national security apparatus in place in the 40s during the Truman and also Eisenhower years. By the late Eisenhower years, we have the testimony from Brigadier General Stephen Lufkin, still practicing attorney, that by the late Eisenhower years that he had lost control of these projects primarily because of the compartmentalization into the military-industrial complex offered for industrial. There were corporations such as SAIC, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, and others that deal specifically with this issue with advanced energy and propulsion systems connected to UFOs. And I think that what has happened, from the best we can tell from insiders that have briefed me for now about 8 years, is that we have lost control of these projects from a constitutional law perspective because the infrastructure with the military intelligence and corporate channels is so well funded and so complex and labyrinthine that there are compartments within compartments within compartments. And people who are in the Congress make inquiries, and in fact, President Clinton, when he made inquiries, were simply denied access. As you heard earlier, the President was denied access. On your other question, I would say that in terms of profiting from the status quo, big oil, there are certain geopolitical and financial structures that would not welcome a definitive replacement to the fossil fuels. But we can tell, I would tell you, if we can prove this with other scientists who are ready to come forward, that we already have a complete replacement for any fossil fuels for ionizing nuclear power plants. We don't need them. We haven't needed them. We probably have not needed them since the time of this war. Now, of course, this is a major issue. You're talking a multi-trillion-dollar global infrastructure change. And so this does